internet ecosystem within this country and to the growth of individual service providers. And we are happy that from the last two editions of the Kenya PRN Forum that we've had, there's been a lot of feedback from the participants in terms of their business growth, the networking opportunities that this forum offers, the learning opportunities that they offer. And so I'll encourage you to be open and ask your questions, give your ideas. I always say every opinion is valid. Every thought is valid, so share your thoughts. If you do not share, we cannot read. Me, I can't read people's minds. Maybe there are those who can, and if you have that skill, teachers, we are more than happy to. So be open, feel free to share. For the students who are joining us, feel free to ask the questions because we're also accommodating some students. We have to always build the leaders of tomorrow. So learn, ask questions, and learn from those who are in the industry so that you can come out better than we did. Some of us never had this opportunity. So you're getting better opportunities as we move along. And so I want all of you to feel welcome. Enjoy yourselves, enjoy the discussions, and let us hope that you can make a difference when you leave this room, not just to KXP or the exchange points in the room, but and the network service providers, but also to you on a personal level. Thank you so much.
Next, it's going to be Mr. Turuthi, who is going to give us the opening address. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. It's such a good feeling that you can call your bosses and they can come.
Thank you, Salma. I think we've learned that that word bosses doesn't exist anymore, especially for us in this room. Dr. Fiona Songa, CEO TESPO, thank you very much. I look around the room and I'm happy to see old friends and colleagues. Welcome. Good morning again. Welcome to the third edition of the Kenya PRN Forum. This is my second one as chairman. And as Fiona said, we are really seeing a lot of growth. This week we've been here at ITW and some of you have joined us and the discussions I've heard and the vibrancy I'm seeing all speaks exactly to that growth. A lot of vibrancy and it's exciting. So as I look around, I see ISPs, data center operators, and some of them will be in the forum, OTTs, engineers. I'm told the regulator is on their way, and we nowadays call them our enabler. Policymakers, about creating a faster, more resilient, more affordable internet for Kenyans. But as Salma and others keep reminding me, even when we go to South Sudan, it's you Kenyans doing well. When we go to the region, many of the ISPs here I know have expanded and are looking to even expand further. But from the students in Turkana, streaming a lesson, to the startups in Nairobi, scaling the world, we're here to discuss how we can make it easier, more resilient for you to do business. So today I challenge you, attendees of Kenya Peering Forum 2025, share openly, connect widely, and think boldly. The future of Kenya's internet system is in this room. As just spoke, we really appreciate our partners, all of you. Our sponsors, you make this forum possible. We can't do it without you. And to all of you, thank you for showing up, for leaning in, and for being part of this journey. As I conclude, this is really exciting to end the week this way for all of us who have been in this specific venue all week. Ladies and gentlemen, with great pride, I now declare the Kenya Peering Forum 2025 officially open. Thank you very much. Let's build. Let's peer and let's connect. And no more bosses, Selma. We're all here to peer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Toluka. We'll now go to the next one. The next presentation will be done by Mr. Peter Gitau, the head of technical from TESCO. What's your next one?
Thank you so much. Good morning all. Peering basically means that we have people here who preceded. Thank you very much for seeing Mr. Shuki, and people who are my peers and are still my peers in the technical space. It's good to see you all. Thank you very much for coming. Let's wait for the slides. But before the slides come up, any questions as regards peering? We can invert this process. Thank you. Clicker. Thank you. As I said, the presentation is targeted more at the non-technical people because I expect the technical people to call me out if I say things which are not the case. All right. To do peering at the KXP, you do require an autonomous system number, which is available from our local regional internet registry, which is Africa. Of course, you do need a router or a process running BGP on your network infrastructure. We have come across quite a few variations in that. So a router is not necessarily a physical box, it's just anything that is capable of running BGP. In this particular case, it could be hardware, software, a server, because you can just run a server and run a process on it. And it could be even a virtualized machine in your infrastructure. Cross-connect is required to come and deal with us at KXP. We are at the locations in Nairobi, being ADC, I call them B1, apologies for that typo, Fights, X Africa. And in Mombasa, we are at, I call them B1, and I call them BA2. The cross-connect is basically a physical connection from your infrastructure straight into our switching environment. Okay. We do have various tools that will assist yourselves and which we actually use ourselves to verify the health and the state of the hearing. We do have a portal for member state that is available also to the members that are with us. They can log in and basically manage their bilateral hearing arrangements, as well as note their metrics and any other information that is pertinent to hearing. We do have a looking glass, all available at the portal, and we also have a secondary one for some of the old school characters like myself who have a challenge with a bit more advanced metric system. We do use PeeringDB, and we actually depend on it. That is, you as a member, whether you run network infrastructure of any kind worldwide, it's good to be on PeeringDB so that everybody else knows how to interconnect with yourselves, and you have a point of reference that is common to everybody. We do prefix filtering. In our particular case, we require root objects. That is routing information registry in schizophrenic, but also all the other registries worldwide. As long as you have a root object for your prefixes, we will filter based on that. Routing security, very important. Being an internet exchange point, this would be where things would go wrong if they were to go wrong. We do that based on something called manners, that is mutually agreed norms for routing security. We subscribe to that. We filter, and we expect our members to filter so that we can ensure that we have a healthy peering forum. As I mentioned earlier, we use root objects for prefix filtering. In this case, root for IPv4 and root 6 for IPv6. We also support ASET group DSNs. Some of the smaller members usually have on your ASET object, which you would communicate to us as it should. Something is missing there. That would be security is everyone's responsibility. If you are insular in terms of you're not connected to anybody else, then security will be something internal to yourselves. But because we are peering and you are connected to both the exchange point and through the exchange point, you are connected to other members for bilateral peering, and of course multilateral peering via our root servers, then security becomes everyone's problem. We, as a member organization, do engage with yourselves. We are not the police, we are not out to prosecute, and we don't expect that of our members to any other member. We are collaborative when it comes to issues of security. Anything that needs to be sorted needs to be understood so that everybody is aware, everybody learns, and everybody can respond appropriately in future. Security issues do come up on an occasional basis. They do not go away just because we say that we are on top of things. They come up and we need to respond to them accordingly. This is our peering policy. It is a standard peering policy that is in use by most exchange points worldwide. Peering policy requires that, of course, we do BGP. That is the default or the only way of ensuring that we are exchanging prefixes in a well-known and understood manner. The BGP process, of course, runs IPv4 and IPv6. Our peering essence in Nairobi, where Mombasa has indicated, we have a policy which is both multilateral, meaning that we peer with our root servers which we manage, and we can do bilateral peering, that is member-to-member connectivity across the exchange point. At the moment, we don't offer transit, so if you're coming to us because you want internet access, the KXP transport doesn't actually offer a transit, but there may be a way of getting transit from another member across the exchange point. That's where the bilateral sessions would be appropriate. Connectivity at the moment, 1G, 10G, 40G, 100G, and 400G will be available. Accepted ether types, 3 ether types only. For non-technical people, I encourage you to look this up. It's an exciting, it's exciting to understand your ether types. We do have prohibited protocols. By default, in some of the older devices, I won't mention any particular manufacturers, they did enable everything plus the kitchen sink on their device to make life easier. If you require any assistance, we are ready and available for that. And so, in that regard, you can overcome them with a bit of knowledge. Filters for how to make prevention. There are very many tools that can do metrics, whichever one you're comfortable with. Right? And that's my presentation. Questions, comments, observations? Very well. Right. Thank you.
Mr. Peter?
Interconnection facilities.
The interconnected traffic from all members who are connected to Nairobi. That was the entire drive. We have an aggregated graph for all the facilities, and that is what is available in public information of what is going on. That is what I mean. That is part of our metrics, so that we can tell that we are receiving.
I know the Ugandans also have an XP.
Exchange point, and you would connect to the one that is advantageous to connect to both their XP and UIXP, as an example. The question is, what exactly are you trying to achieve in that way? There is a concept of virtual exchange points in Kenya. That might be a solution for that. That can be a solution for a particular scenario.
Ugandan subsidiary, South Sudan subsidiary. We paid one person to do the management of all of that, so that they're more.
Thank you. That would definitely serve you. Any other questions, please? Yes, agreement.
Right?
Generally, yes.
So my question is, why is there sometimes a big difference?
Yeah, that can be caused by one major factor would be asymmetric traffic. That is, a member is sending traffic in terms of what is visible from the port at the exchange point. That could contribute to would be security issues. Let's say, for example, you've got a botnet that is running a member network, which is sending out a lot of traffic. More questions? This side, I presume you're non-technical. We value your questions. If there are no questions, I'm available as I stated earlier. Please come to me and to my colleagues as well. All right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Peter. I think he deserves a better round of applause. In fact, the team that doesn't have time to sleep, they don't work 9 to 5 or 8 to 5. They work all day and every day. So thank you. So next, Mr. Dan Quach, the Managing Director, East Africa Region, is in the room. Communications. Mr. Joseph Kibiwot, Managing Director, Paratus Kenya. Kindly join us on stage. And the moderator for the panel is Dr. Fiona Songa, CEO Tesco. The panel will be on the value of peering and interconnection.
Okay, so this is basic. Yes, great. Please come. So everyone is not supposed to be here. So welcome to this panel. We want to talk about the value of peering and interconnectivity. And with us, we've got experts who've been doing this for a while. So we're just going to have a conversation where they will be sharing their experiences on the whole internet ecosystem and the peering and interconnection aspects of it. And because it's things that you do every day, we didn't send you any questions because we're just going to tell our story. And you come ready with your story. You come already knowing what your story is. You've been telling it over the years. Because I think we're putting you in on this, some of you yesterday. To get us started, and anyone can start off, what can you say has been your experience in as far as dealing with the exchange points and the interconnection landscape from your perspective business point of view, because you are all doing sort of like different things, but all in the connectivity ecosystem and the peering ecosystem. So anyone can start their story.
Good evening, good morning, thank you. My name
I
is
like that you think it's evening. It means you either are in a different time zone or you run ahead of us. But good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's been a very busy week, so apologies for that. My experience with peering and internet exchange, what I can talk about back in the early years of 2000. That's where my interaction started, and we used to do half circuits where we have two providers, which is more bilateral. You had to order cross connect, you meet in between, and at that time we only had about ADC at the time. It was East African Data Center, so the two parties had to take care of the cost, because the benefits of interconnection was not supposed to be for profit. And as we do a fast track into the recent years, Kenya Internet Exchange coming into around, if you correct me, around 2012, the traffic at that time, we started seeing around 30% being localized, trying to get the content from upstream. I started using water.
Managing our East African team, but
right now, again, I've gotten thrown to another deep end to manage. Why probably I've also grown some passion around it. It's just because I've walked this journey with capacity, and also have a means to give you a display so that you've got the information displayed in a way that is meaningful and presentable to you. But I think next after that was the internet, which is now these very computers being networked so that the very information can then flow from one computer to the other. But the biggest really was the internet. Now us getting to a position where computers world over are connected to are connected, and that entire ecosystem is then given this acronym internet. But when you talk interconnectivity as well, we are an organization that has played a major role in terms of building private network infrastructure, not just in East Africa, but today we take pride that we are part of Cassava Technology. So we built the largest fiber network infrastructure that comes from Cape to Cairo. The Cape to Cairo dream that we all talk about has been realized by an organization that is really a sister company, part of Cassava Technologies. Now, even as we have the internet, even as we have this massive connectivity that has been put in place, I think for me, the most important thing is how do we make sure that it's usable in the most efficient manner? And being usable in the most efficient manner, this is where we then have to speak of the internet architecture being designed in a way that appreciates that let's make the user experience better. Let's make sure that the user in Nairobi can access the internet, sure that you can give them ease to get access to popular content that very region of getting access to. I think of lately we now have a term trending. So whatever is trending, whatever is very popular in the social media age, let's make it easier so that it can be accessible, and we aren't having this whole traditional concept where if you were to look for TikTok content, then the click that you give so that you can have it accessed really means a hop that goes all the way maybe to a server or to our storage system that is sitting somewhere outside of the content for you to then enjoy it. So that whole thing of you having to wait, I think we've had a lot of engineering done, and the peering partners and the network service providers have done a marvelous job at making sure that, yes, let's bring that content a lot closer. But even as internet service providers, because the internet as it is, we've got different internet service providers. Even as we buy and consume internet from different internet service providers, let the experience not reflect that I'm actually using internet services from a different player. So making that architecture in such a way that, if I am from internet service provider A and you're using internet service provider Z, let it be that whatever it is we are doing or by using the internet to communicate, it should still allow us to make sure that we are using network resources in the most effective manner. So yes, we had the internet exchange platforms created in Kenya so that we could make sure that we are keeping it as local as we can, because that's the right thing to do. But I think even as we talk about Kenya, I like the fact that even for Kenya, we've now had to even dig deeper and ask ourselves, could it be that we should actually create another internet experience in Mombasa, even as we have the one in Nairobi, and where else should we actually also create another internet experience? It's all with the motive of reducing latency. It's all with the motive of making sure that people have the best of internet. This system is going to be developed for the future. We're now talking AI, or everyone is talking cloud computing. Whatever it is we need to do as Kenya, what is use of technology, so to speak. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So we've heard from Joseph talking about the user experience in terms of latency, and shared on, again, the user experience and collaboration. And we move on to Jackie. From Work Online's point of view, how has the ecosystem been of value to you?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Jackie Wine. I take care of the East Africa region for Work Online. Work Online is a global IP transit provider that is enabling the internet ecosystem. We work with both global players as well as the local ISPs. We find, for us, peering is a very strategic enabler of the internet ecosystem, and we find it as a critical element in being able to shape and build internet, not only within the region, but also across the globe. One of the things that which we have experienced is the growth and the strategic placement of peering from a tactical level where it was before, where it was an ISP to ISP connectivity, to where it was cost benefit driven, to now when it is an enabler, which is enabling service, enabling security, enabling user experience. So we find that the role of peering within the internet ecosystem is a very strategic component, not just in the region, but also for the remote access. So for us as Work Online, we are passionate in helping communities to build and to peer. And so for us, we work on both ends, both with the local operators, but also with the global CDN. We translate them into Africa and ensure they are connected with the internet ecosystem, which now enable the truck to shift the traffic and keep the traffic local, but also to bring down the cost of connectivity to the CDN, and therefore improve the internet ecosystem within the region.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for those critical points, seeing the IXP as a strategic enabler. I like the way you said we moved from being a technical, tactical approach to more of a strategic approach, and the whole issue around the global CDNs and the cost of connectivity. Adding to that, Riaz, tell us your story, adding to the experiences that others have had.
Thanks, Fiona. Fiona, let me ask you, when you were at the Bruce House, how much traffic was KXP doing?
When the exchange point was last at Bruce House, I think we were doing like around 200 Mbps, but we were feeling very good about it.
And what are we doing now?
Today, we are at almost 5 terabytes.
5 terabits, right? 5 terabits times, I don't know what, Jackie, what's the rate of bandwidth today? 5 terabits has how many zeros? 9. Okay. So times 3. So 9 zeros is a trillion. So we're looking at savings of 15 trillion, give or take. And that's a lot of savings to the whole industry, right? Our story at Angani is similar. I used to do board reports in the first couple of years that were tracking Angani's exchange point traffic. And, I remember we used to do 10, then we did 20 Mbps, then we did 100 Mbps. Now at 10 gig port, some of the events we do a lot of live streaming, and some of the events really surpass the levels of traffic that 10 MB, 20 MB is nothing compared to what we do now. So I think similarly for everyone, it's a lot of savings, but it's also a lot that you're able to deliver to the community, right? If we were to do our streaming events and use something like CloudFront or another CDN, it would easily cost $30,000, $50,000 or more for having that content appear, right? I think one of the things we always what does that architecture look like? A lot of time we have been reactive in terms of our architecture, moving from Bruce House to dedicated data center. It comes with its challenges, and so I think we need to look at the future with a bit more planning. There's certain things, for example, as Angani, we used to hurt a lot because we had ADC and Chancery, and Tesco was providing luckily a link for us to through that, but not many people had adopted Chancery. But look at now, you know, iColo is just as popular, it's at the same level of peering as ADC, right? Dan, is it?
Okay, I need to respond to that.
Yes, you can.
But it's good, right? It's good in that Angani has redundancy, other companies like us have redundancy, but at the same time it shows you the networks are more mature, the networks are more resilient. Now we struggled, like, you know, there was no one who was willing to give us that 1 gig, apart from Tesbok. I don't even think they knew that we had it. So it was a struggle, and then all of a sudden what happened is the need grew and the market responded, and the market came up with better rates. That right now there's like 5 people, more than 5 people providing DC interconnect service, right? So you can get a 10 gig, you can get whatever capacity. So, you know, DC interconnects, all that has become known. But all this came from reaction. I think we need to sit down and draw up a plan and say, you know, this is what the next 5 years looks like. And look at our problems, right? Dan talked about AI. You know, so video is predominant on the internet, AI is coming in. That's going to have other problems. But aside from the technology, we have unique problems that are unique to us, right? You know, I was speaking to Barak and I went to visit him in Kisumu. He doesn't have any content in Kisumu, right? So we have Nairobi, we have Mombasa as peering points. He has to, you know, get fiber back to Nairobi in order to access peering and content in Nairobi. People in Rwanda have to do the same because the POPs are here. Now, which one is going to, you know, maybe someone like Michuki can answer this question, but is it the cost of fiber that has to come down, or is it the peering that has to stretch further and further to the edge, right? Like, I'm sure Kisumu has more than 200 MB of traffic. Does it warrant that we should have a peering node there, or should the cost of fiber come down to a point that, you know, people like Mawingu and Poa are able to easily get that cheap bandwidth to the people who see to some of the other towns? It becomes expensive. And so I think those are some of the things as I look to the future.
Thank you so much, Andreas, for that, and thank you for taking us to our next week. It was we're talking about the future and what the future should look like. And as you mentioned, probably I just need to mention that at KXP, we are looking at getting another POP out of Nairobi. We've been looking at it since last year, and we're looking at the amount of traffic our members are handling in 2 regions. Nanyuki for the Mount Kenya and Eldoret Kisumu for the Western region. We have not decided on which of those towns, because as we're doing it, we're also looking for where do we host. We are aware of a build-out for a data center in Kisumu that is ongoing, so we're waiting to see how that will be. We are reaching out to our partners, the data center operators, to ask them whether they have other plans of other towns apart from Nairobi and Mombasa, because that again determines the ease of hosting. You know, you also want to be able to host gear in a place that it won't be disrupted. And we've noticed, because of not having proper laws that protect infrastructure, some of the points where we could do hosting end up getting vandalized, and it's not exactly a hosting facility. It's just to accommodate switching gear. So having the right place has also Administration that despite our asking for redundancy, we ask that you take, if you are in Nairobi and you have your gear hosted at either Pikes, Icolo, IX Africa, or ADC, we encourage you to always take a second port somewhere else for redundancy. Over 121 peering members, I think only 4 have done that. And so when only 4 have taken redundancy, it tells you something about our attitude towards redundancy, I think. And that should be something that we also need to discuss. So as we're discussing the future, with that in mind, what then would the future for this ecosystem be looking like? What should we plan for? What should we be thinking about? Anyone can start, Jackie, Dan, or Riaz, you still want to add?
No, that's all.
Yes, thanks.
I agree with you in terms of what you're saying, in terms of redundancy. It's very critical. And as we look at into the future, one of the things we need to look at is ensure the region is cost effectively. Critical challenge that has been a key area that we need to see how best can it be done. And I see a very strategic role that the IXP can play into the city centers to be able to connect into this. So I think that will be a point of view. And the other thing would be also capacity building. As we go towards the region, it's very important that the whole ecosystem rally behind building capacities into the region. And I think the enabling and the partnership and working together can be able to enrich that. Because as you go towards the region, then you find ISPs that will need that in able to connect. In terms of the region, I see it very critical that we've got to get the different regional IXs also up to scale. Because when you have people from the region, then they've cannibalized their own IXs because they're all coming in to connect. And that's what we are trying to avoid, and that beats the purpose of IXP from its micro level. I'll be excited to see that, especially that area that are covered. We see that patterns, and I've been able to see there are very many different patterns. We find that some IXPs are using more so-called transit, whether it's local transit or regional transit or international transit, simply because they're not able to get a direct connection into the IXP. So that shapes the way they route their traffic, that shapes the way the customer's experience, that shapes the cost as well, and that disadvantages them from having to benefit from the industry standard of 60 to 80% local and 20% regional or global. So I see the extension of that will really create almost a standard regional level playing field, which we want. Also improve the user experience and enable also to extend the video view streaming application well to the region. So I think it's critical.
I have a follow-up question for you. You talk about the exchange points in the neighboring countries coming to Nairobi because of the CDNs, the global CDNs hosted here. How then would we help them? What would we do to encourage the global CDNs to set up in those countries? Because I think there's been, for some countries, long, ongoing conversations that are not really coming to a close, and it's because those countries will have their own other issues that they have to deal with. Is there anything you think that we need to do to support them?
Yes, I think we can collaborate. Different elements of the ecosystem can collaborate to be able to enable that and unlock the opportunity that is required.
Okay, thanks. Joseph?
Thank you, Dr. Fiona. For me, I think look at it from where we need Kenya Internet Exchange Point needs to work with the government. I've seen through the policy that the government is driving having digital hubs. So through the digital hubs that are being established, if Kenya Internet Exchange can also have presence in those areas, that's one. And the other is more of looking at when the members are coming on board. I've heard you say that only 4 have signed up redundancy. So if that can be part of the onboarding, it will really play a good role where, as you board, talking about on behalf of partners, I need to also commit to have a redundant port in one of the other data centers. I think that will drive that fear. Thank you.
Thank you, Joseph.
Thanks a lot. I think when we look at it in terms of the future and what we should do to make sure that we've got the right architecture and redundancy in terms of our peering infrastructure in Kenya, it's somewhat been covered because we are saying we can definitely explore how to have reliable telehouses or data centers that can actually host what you probably call centers to serve the various markets. I hear this and I'm okay with that observation. But there is another level of redundancy that we actually need to work on as Kenya or as East Africa. And that is breaking the dominance that we have in terms of peering ecosystems present in South Africa and not present anywhere else in the part of sub-Saharan Africa. So for me, I think we need to see to it. South Africa has done a marvelous job marketing themselves. They've done a good job having the right infrastructure. They've made sure that they've got a very strong GDP, and all this makes for basic foundations that they've got. It's the right time for Kenya, it's the right time for East Africa, for us to make it clear that that is really top-notch over here, or I would say collaborative, which is the right, which I think is how we want to make sure the space that we are in. So let's bring this gospel together so that we can make it known that, guess what? There is no way you're going to serve Africa only or specifically from South Africa. We feel you're going to serve Africa, in fact, a lot better if you do it from Eastern Africa. And that is again because look at the latency. If you are to serve Africa from South Africa versus if you are to serve Africa from East Africa, I tend to feel, and Tim, it's not just a patriotic bias, but I think you're better placed having your central infrastructure serving the continent, sitting from Nairobi, so that you can leverage on the latency that you'll actually then be able to achieve across the entire continent from Kenya than it is from Southern Africa. Let's just bring that so that at least it's known. But then the other thing as well, our IXPs, we've done an awesome job really making sure that we've got the best of peering ecosystem, and we've actually seen that based on the testimony of the traffic that we had when we started and what we have right now. I think this makes for a success story that our peering communities should also go and actually build elsewhere. What I mean is, same way we've invited London Internet Exchange into Kenya, I'm looking forward to the day KXP is going to launch right in London, Kenya. It's important that we do that, and because we've created a global community, we've made it open, that we're clear that we are open for business. Let's also be open for business to go serve the world. I think that will be something that I'm super keen to actually supporting. The other thing again is, let's appreciate this emerging desire for people to spend as least as possible on transit. I mean, look at it. I think we are times complicated when we say Kenya peering or the peering ecosystem. But look at it. When we travel, the fact that the bypasses have come up has made it easy for us to not go through CBD so that we can go pick a matatu from CBD to connect back to Rongai. The fact that that bypass has come in place has just helped things. Naturally, as human beings, the more I can actually save by not spending on travel, the more I can actually save in time for me to access a service, the better for me. That to me remains something that really is just top of mind, and it should speak volumes in terms of the architectures for the future. Whatever we are going to do, let's make sure that it's going to at least make sure that at the end of the day, our intended users are going to use least resources in terms of time and money while accessing the digital services that we want them to access. They want to sit at home. We should think of how the gaming community in Kenya can successfully participate in the games that they so much like without being killed because they've had to suffer a latency of 500 milliseconds while they could have done a latency of 10 milliseconds. These are some of the things that we need to do. And I like it because we get to hear this from the community of the ICT community players that we are today. So I think the next thing is just to get into action so that we can change this from intention and make sure that we are there now achieving it. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that. And to open it up to the floor, because we have another about 25 more minutes. Yeah. So I want to open it up for us to have a conversation from the floor. What do you see as the future that we should be working towards to improve the connectivity ecosystem? There's a lot of ideas that have come from the panelists, but they're just leading the conversation. What are some of the things you think we need to pay attention to improve this ecosystem? And some challenges, yes, we'll take them on and see how to. Everyone clapped when Dan said going to London. I hope you will support us with the gear we need for that. So hands up for questions or comments. This is a hand up there. Mike, where's the mic? Samantha, get the mic. Should be working because it has been working from here. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Said from Paratus, Kenya and Tanzania. First, to comment on Dan, I was actually thinking of the same thing. But before going to London, let's look at East Africa. So what I would suggest is first, we've been engaging, TESCO has been engaging a lot with TISPA in Tanzania. So that's a good start. We actually commend you for the good work you're doing, but we would also request your support in capacity building and for us to be able to have inter-regional peerings between different IXPs in East Africa. That would be a good start. Obviously, there is the backhaul issues. So either through subsea, terrestrial fiber, that would be a very good step before going to London. Yeah, I think that's all.
Thank you. I think we've been having a conversation going on at the East African Communication Organization, IACO, where we are members, and though TISPA is not a member, TCRA, who support the exchange point, are members. And so what has happened over the years is they bring the exchange points together when they need to. And right now there is an ongoing discussion that was happening this week in DRC, Kinshasa, where they're discussing, one of the issues of the agenda is the interconnections between the exchange points and how, what can be done from the regulatory side of things to facilitate that. And of course, one of the biggest challenges is the costs of the circuits in between the different exchanges. We still do not have a model of catering for that is viable for the exchange point operators or viable for where the regulators are paying for the exchange points, the regulators are comfortable with. However, we are open to ideas from this room on how we can best tackle that, because I think generally the exchange point operators are in agreement. We still are figuring out how to cover the costs of in between, but we are open. So any ideas are welcome. Remember I said all points are valid. So we just need to get the ideas and study them a bit more and then see which one is most cost effective and be able to borrow or adapt from that. And possibly moving forward, we may want to be able to learn from other exchange points and how they do it in their different regions. Because I think there's learnings in there that we haven't figured out on the numbers. Because even Nairobi, Mombasa was difficult for us as KXP. And the one year we did that connection, we ended with very huge losses and were unable to afford the switching gear. So we are caught in between getting the right gear for switching as we move along and doing the connectivity. It's really a balancing act. Any other additional comments? Ideas? Where's the next Samantha, please?
Thank you. My name is Paul William from MySP. And thank you for the discussion. I think that the panelists have really engaged us in. And it's good to know the growth that has happened for our traffic over the years, from the 10 MBs to all the 5 TBs. If I remember the last discussion or the peering forum that we had, and also the drive that has been there over the years, is trying to move the traffic from international to local and keeping what is local. And I remember we had some few content hosts, let me say them, for example, Usasa was there, and sometimes as a, let me say, a network engineer, I may look at run a single trace for some traffics. And when I see that traffic is not really local, that is, it's not either on KXP or any exchange point which is local, I get worried. Where we are still, I'm in Kenya, and this traffic is supposed to be in Kenya, but I have to go through South Africa, London, or some areas, and come back to Kenya. So my point is, I don't know whether there is any kind of engagement that KXP, driven by Tesco, can engage the local hosts, make sure that they really pull back the content that is Kenya to Kenya, and avoid, getting us to the international market. I'm not against people like providers like Amazon or any other cloud provider, but I'm sure we have grown the cloud market in Kenya, where we have local cloud providers, where we can really utilize through the data centers, ADC, Icolo, Pikes, Links. We have so many options that we can bring this content home, and our consumers can really enjoy this content with very little traffic. And again, I'm actually happy when I see my traffic. Sorry, Jackie, because I know you are mostly on IPT. When I look at my traffic and I see the content that I'm pushing locally, it's almost 70% of my entire traffic. I'm usually happy knowing that my customers are having faster speeds to access this content, and which is driven by The more we bring in the data centers, the more we peer and the more we interconnect. Thank you.
Okay, I think I'll ask that Kwat to respond to that. And the reason that is because the data centers are part of the conversation when we go out to get content, local content guys to host, to bring content to KXP. They are asking for where the local hosting centers, so the data centers come into the conversation. Then the other thing that they are, I think we have, but we have not solved, is convincing them of the security of our facilities. So we've had a one-year conversation with Royal Media, for example, on the Viusasa platform. We continue to talk to them and to engage them, but they have not yet made a decision because someone gave them a solution and convinced them that it be in the cloud somewhere. You don't need to know where it is, it will be okay. And so they don't see then the value of that content coming to the exchange if, for them, it's in a cloud solution. But now we need to make sure that that cloud solution provider is also at the exchange. And the cloud providers need to be able to take up space within our local hosting facilities.
Thanks a lot. On this one, I'll relate it back to what I mentioned, which is I think we need to collaborate in this tech evangelism as the community and make it known that, please give us an equal chance to demonstrate to you that whatever you are accustomed to in the global scale when it comes to data centers, you actually have the same, if not better, right here in Africa and right here in Kenya. Team communication service providers. These are organizations to certain, standards of data center architecture, design, and even operations. They've done their own due diligence before they've made the decision to come and host in our data center facilities. We've got financial sector players or the enterprise players, even more strict in terms of their SLAs or the qualities of service. But guess what? Our own financial sector players or the enterprise sector has trusted the local data centers to host their critical infrastructure. So the local financial sector players have trusted us with critical infrastructure, but Royal struggles to be convinced as to whether Viusasa can be hosted locally. We need to make sure that we speak more as to why they should trust us better. And they should trust us because we are not doing anything that is different from what is being done at the global or the world scale. So let's just make sure that we are having these conversations with these customers or these other players. I tend to feel that there's always a bias whenever we talk of Africa's digital infrastructure. What do you call that? That was very sensitive customers with very strict SLAs that they are hosting, and they've been able to deliver. But, Gartner has its own, game where they also make it local service provider. Trust. Let's work on the trust deficit. I think just join us in this journey.
And I guess
just join us in this journey.
And I guess if we don't trust ourselves, even if we build the helmets, yes, there is a hand up there at the back.
Sorry, I'm hosted for more than 2 years in Kenya, biased. But again, strategically, the banks are all peer. Some of their services are sitting outside. So a lot of the but I think there's still a lot of work to be done on the value of peer.
There was a hand up somewhere.
Yeah, my name is Patrick Mboko. Representing here Links, London Internet Exchange, the one that's been mentioned here. And I think with my experience now being in the Kenya ICT ecosystem for the last over 15 years, I think we also need to take tabs and say great work that has been done. You know, the first, Danny Kwachi, I think his first place managing a data center was a co-location space at Parks and Towers, not a very small one. And now we saw East Africa data center starting. We have seen now the bigger people coming. iColo coming in now. Digital reality has come into iColo. I think the only thing Africa, we have PAX also operating in Kenya and also operating in Accra. And you see their plan about what they're doing around East Africa, around Africa. So my feeling is that there's a lot of progress that has gone, a lot of progress all around. And I think the interest we have in the likes of linguistics also in West Africa, the only thing that is discretion that is happening in Africa, you only have 3 big maps of traffic. It's East Africa, in Kenya, South Africa. Hosting itself, we can only be able to create the big players.
And as Jackie prepares to answer, I think prepare your closing.
See the one into Africa, we see a lot of global eyeballs. See the one into Africa, we see a lot of global eyeballs coming local, and regions can now be enjoyed in possible, and to be able to come closer to the customers and to improve the user experience and to improve the user experience in terms of the global matrix, in terms of the transit. We are seeing in terms of the transit. We are seeing in comparison to East Africa, there's a lot of room, because when you look at South Africa, East Africa, there's a lot of room, because when you look at South Africa, 80 to 90 is low, 110. A good experience to the customer, a good experience to the customer that will also bring in market health when it comes to now being a critical point of access within East Africa demand. Once the critical mass goes, access within East Africa demand. Once the critical mass goes.
That's an interesting landing point. I have to close if there are any more questions. That's an interesting landing point. I have to close if there are any more questions. I think we'll continue the discussion. We can start from you. Riaz.
And you see a lot of the hurdles come as a result. But generally, we move forward when we work together. Match and compete, and also make it more interesting for East Africa to be that. Key thing is.
Absolutely, I agree with what enable for them to be able to grow their local peering.
I think a lot have been said. What I can add is that regions like West Africa, South Africa, and bringing ways of Tanzania and other countries. So if you can have East Africa exchange, and I also want to agree with Dan, and if you look at the government and continue talking about what the Vision 2030 is talking about on the digital economy, for us to enable that, we as ISPs and the peer, and adding to what I said earlier, being brought across the counties here, it will be very important. In doing all that, I also want to encourage apparatus already working to be in all the data centers. We ensure that we are peering Kenya internet.
Thanks a lot. I think really rally us to that call. If we are to succeed, let's start home before we can then succeed globally. We are doing all the right things. The only other thing I wanted to say is to give utmost recognition to one gentleman in Michuki Mwangi. This is a gentleman, I think, we don't celebrate him or give him as much props as the world gives him out there. So I just figured out, I think based on someone mentioning his name, that he is amongst us. Michuki, congratulations for the awesome job. We owe you a standing ovation as Kenyans. You just won the award as the African Pioneer, Peering Pioneer Award 2 weeks ago, and that is actually an understatement considering your role and the achievements you've had in the various milestones in terms of creating peering platforms and ISPs in this continent. So Fiona, I only ask a photo with Michuki, then I shall have achieved in life. Thank you. So if Michuki could join.
Thank you so much for that, and with that I say thank you to the panelists. Before we hand over to Salma, I'm going to ask that you all come for Michuki. Kindly come and join us for a photo session, and you'll allow us to do this with you as the day goes along. You've been a valuable contribution to the growth of KXP in particular, and we really appreciate your interest. Michuki has been available to me ever since I started working at TESPOC. Even today, when we have strategic issues, when my board goes off tangent telling me, Fiona, do this for KXP and do this, I always call Michuki my friend and my partner. He's a partner because when I started over at KXP, he was really just that. So I always call him up as a friend and a partner, and I'm telling Michuki, the board is thinking of XYZ. Is it right? Do you think, are we on the right path? And sometimes he will tell me no. He'll give me papers to read. He'll tell me, go and read this report and this report and go and do this. It is part of the reason I'm PhD. So thank you for pushing me and getting me there. And he has contributed to my academic performance. He has contributed to what I do at KXP, as CEO of KXP, and not from the periphery, directly. Telling me this part for KXP, no, here you have to put an firm. But that firmness has backing of it supports the work and the activities of KXP. So we choose him today, we just want to appreciate you. Input and insights that you always have for us. Asante sana. Don't leave, there is something we have for everyone.
Thank you so much. A round of applause to the panelists. And thank you, Dr. Fiona, for moderating such an engaging session. So we are now going to break for tea. But before we break for tea, I'd like for us to do one exercise. Kindly, can we stand up so that we can get into the spirit of the Kenya Peering Forum 2025.
There's just something I forgot to say for those of you who may not be aware, may be wondering. TESPOC has become all-inclusive. We have Bianca Wairimu, who is part of our technical team. Bianca, kindly just step forward, come forward here. Bianca lives with a disability, but she's an excellent engineer. She's doing amazing stuff with the KXP team at KXP. Move closer, Bianca, move closer. She's doing an excellent work with the technical team at KXP. We are also learning sign language. By the time we do the next PRN forum, we will be doing it ourselves. But for now, the entire office is going through a growth process as we accommodate Bianca and as she works with the technical team to support KXP. So when she's on duty and technical teams are calling, she may not be able to answer your phone calls, but she's very responsive on WhatsApp and on email. And she's very knowledgeable in what she's doing. Can we kindly support her and support others like her in our ecosystem? So Bianca, I'm launching you to the space so that people get to know why at some point when you're on duty, they cannot make a phone call. They will have to text or to send photo screenshots or to send an email. But she's very, very knowledgeable in what she does. Let's welcome her to our space.
Thank you. Now we're going to do one more exercise before we go for a tea break. There's a prize for the winner. So let's all take out our phones. So the challenge is, you make sure you get as many selfies with somebody that you don't know in the room. And the person with the most selfies is going to get a gift. So the challenge starts now. Move to the next person. Yes, you can. Yes. I can see some people are not moving. Nobody's having a selfie with Michuki. You're missing the moment. Move to the right. The more selfies get a reward. I think we're now done. We can use the most selfies. 20 and above. If you think you have the most selfies, come to the front. There's a small gift for you. Okay, now I think we have enough winners. Now the winners are going to have a photo with me. Mr. Michuki Mwangi, kindly. The winners want to have a photo with you. A photo with Mr. Michuki.
Hii kebo umeweka badala ya kupanda ni kama inashuka. Sema kama kwa kutoka.
Give them the gift.
Yenye inajimaintain. Which inabaki tu hapo. Which inamaanisha kama tutakuwa mbili. Sasa nipate power bank niende na actually power bank nataka nipate kama tunaweka power bank. Hii ni one ni mbili.
Unatutesa. Unatutesa ili kuinama.
Thank you so much for participating in this channel. You can now break for tea. Back here in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Nakwambia na ukitaka kukachokoza hata
Icolo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Conveniently located next to the existing Nairobi 1 and teleport facility. Bringing it up to campus IT load of 13.9 megawatts and site power of 23 megawatts, spanning over 34,000 square meters. NBO2 and NBO3 boast 12 new data halls with 3,000 racks. Dedicated power feed from the substation is supported by generators to ensure 2N redundant power supply. The new facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 independent fiber routes following the specifications of our hyperscale customers. Precision cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration. Water mist fire suppression system will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our environmental footprint. Detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24/7 on-site security with secure storage and modern co-working space available. Following Icolo's commitment to sustainability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025 and is a testament to Icolo's world-class engineering in Kenya and the African region. iColo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Conveniently located next to the existing Nairobi 1 and teleport facility. Bringing it up to campus IT load of 13.9 megawatts and site power of 23 megawatts, spanning over 34,000 square meters. NBO2 and NBO3 boast 12 new data halls with 3,000 racks. Dedicated power feed from the substation is supported by generators to ensure 2N redundant power supply. The new facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 independent fiber routes following the specifications of our hyperscale customers. Precision cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration. Water mist fire suppression system will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our environmental footprint. Detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24/7 on-site security with secure storage and modern co-working space available. Following ICOLO's commitment to sustainability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025 and is a testament to ICOLO's world-class engineering in Kenya and the African region. Icolo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Conveniently located next to the existing Nairobi 1 and teleport facility. Bringing it up to campus IT load of 13.9 megawatts and site power of 23 megawatts, spanning over 34,000 square meters. NBO2 and NBO3 boast 12 new data halls with 3,000 racks. Dedicated power feed from the substation is supported by generators to ensure two-end redundant power supply. The new facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 independent fiber routes following the specifications of our hyperscale customers. Precision cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration. Water mist fire suppression system will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our environmental footprint. Detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24/7 on-site security with secure storage and modern co-working space available. Following Icolo's commitment to sustainability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025 and is a testament to Icolo's world-class engineering in Kenya and the African region. iColo, a digital Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2, and site power of 23 megawatts, spanning over 34,000 square meters. Power supply. The new facilities will have stints of our hyperscale customers. Precision cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our environmental footprint. Detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24/7 on-site security with secure storage and modern co-working space available. Following iColo's commitment to sustainability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025 and is a testament to iColo's world-class engineering in Kenya and the African region.
Good early afternoon. How are you today? If you can hear me, try to find your left hand and lift it up for a greeting. Some people find it their right hand, lift their left hand. My right hand is busy with the mic, so I cannot greet you. Greetings, greetings, greetings to you. Greetings to you. Good afternoon. Great. I'm glad to meet you today. I believe that you have had your very specific refreshment. Yeah? When you go to an elephant, you are to show you are competent in choosing. Okay? So outside there, you cannot come out and blame somebody. It is and live with that choice. My name is Derek. I would like to say a few concerning the task that I have, and I will be with us for about 10 minutes. Your very, very special 10 minutes, please lend it to me so that we're able to converse together and see how far we can be able to go. I have not prepared some slides to show, but I want to come here and register the presence of the Regulatory Authority for ICTs in Kenya by the name Communications Authority of Kenya. In short, we are called CA. Okay? So, I do not know how many questions you have for CA to answer. But I want to say this. The government, in its wisdom, at the foundational days, considered it wise that while we are all players and innovators and providers of technology, let us create an arm where we can all converge and even look at policies that guide the industry. And that time, that they will be done. The country will do. We will deploy, we will develop, we will change, we will invest. But then the issue was, where do we need to put in one place and be conditioned to agree is able to run this country on matters of ICT. Independent once they are communicated, they can actually be given the country to run. So we cannot just allow one person to run the country. We have to. We also have a challenge. Some were born earlier, others are just emerging. But you know what? We all belong to this country. And we think we have a solution. We want to change something. We want to solve some problems. We want to better the ways of doing things. How do we accommodate each other? There are people who will be coming in, and there are people who will be exiting. How do we accommodate each other? For this purpose, we have to get a convenient place where we can all land and agree, let us do it in this manner. And friends, I therefore submit that the Communications Authority is the go-to place when it comes to ICTs and deployment of ICTs in the country. Not because Communication Authority knows everything, but the country had to agree that let there be a focal point where we can all converge and sort ourselves out. Today, if you build your network, assume around Upper Hill here, you build your network, very nice network. You've run your cables in a very good standardized manner. You've even provided for frameworks where customers can be able to log in. But then, immediately you finish, another person of a similar idea comes in and says, I am going to build a good network in Upper Hill. And they go ahead to implement their own plan. On top of your plan, they provide the access points. And then a third person comes and says, yes, I have a good plan for Kenya. I go to Upper Hill, I build my network. At the end of it all, we will have everybody everywhere doing everything that they think they should do it. But then, if we have some guidelines, we have some line of duty, we can actually concentrate and have order in doing that. In a football game, all those people who play football, they know how to play that football. But they always introduce a member that is supposed to be neutral to stand in between so that they are able to tell us the ball has actually gone out of play. Not because we don't know, but because of the desire to score on the other side. We will actually bring the ball from out and continue going to score. But please, if you are offside, you are offside. And civilization to obey the referee. but finally we obey. So, if we're going to have an internet ecosystem in Kenya, with the academic angle of it, and look at the community at large. Ecosystem. That will help settle us so that we don't worry. We will do our business with confidence, knowing very well that. And today I came here to encourage us, friends, that internet is an echo technology behind it. But internet is the go-to thing in login. Give me the credentials. I have to do it right from the beginning, knowing very well system. So what do we expect? We expect that the service will be resilient. It must maintain the quality this week. So we therefore have to agree that resilience and sustainability is not just about connectivity, but it is about reliability, inclusivity, and sustainability. When Dr. Fiona was introducing our sister Bianca, I was so glad about that introduction. And I said that this is now going to become an ecosystem. Because then, in 2022, we developed a standard called ICT Accessibility Standard. And it covered 14 chapters. The standard is called Kenya Standard, number 2952. We made it available to practitioners and players. And it's posted as a Kenya Standard on the Kenya Bureau of Standards website for local use. When other countries heard about it, they have borrowed. I have had a chance to meet some of them to help them customize it, make it look like it is their own. But this time for physical handicap, and there are matters. So everything you install, I will encourage you to look for that standard, so that we work in compliance. The main job is inclusivity and accessibility. The services you offer, are they inclusive and are they accessible by the entire society? Who said Engineer Bianca here would not want to go on entertainment? If your business is entertaining people, then make it ready and available. And on infrastructure resilience, I will be silent. Farm and license emerging services for proper use of the frequency is to ensure that the ICT services are developed and expanded as per the quality. Those are my checkboxes. The one on accounts comes in sustainability, quality, and variety. Hello? So, we will do it. We keep for you 0.5% for universal services. When you are ready, we give it back to you to go deploy. So never use finances to say, I am unable to proceed with my license deployment because of finances. It is something the regulator loves. I would like to hear more stories of that time, saying that I guarantee 99.9999, those lines that do not end, that's your guarantee. That when people come to you for a particular target, you can stand strong and say, here I am, let me hear what you are saying. Do we have redundancy? Are our systems secure? Are our systems affordable? Can people open a very big supermarket, but the way you price your products, you priced your products. Our affordability and our inclusivity. Yes, in our community we have 15%. When it comes to ICTs, the level of disability is up to 50%. You do your keyboards and your typing platforms and everywhere. How will a person with if this doesn't, then if this doesn't do it, if a person with disability comes to my office and they are unable to use this, they will use it's alternative. I will prepare my customer service such that if people cannot be able to communicate via call, they can actually get it via WhatsApp. And I love it because Fiona has provided us an example for that. So, if your reception is only available on voice call, you have eliminated a number of people. Think about it. Then, let's ensure that there's a lot of innovation in local capacity building. The issues of data protection, localization laws, we need to strengthen trust. I am happy I had that from the panel that was here before, but I also want to say that we need to ensure policy support is sustained throughout. Last year we ran an assessment of the industry and we offered a market review. And some of you might have given us some inputs. I'm glad to inform that that license is maturing and it will be issued very soon. The market review has been done for the universal licensing framework that we run, and we're looking forward to getting a very innovative licensing framework with a lot of local capacity building that will support. I see some of you have very good platforms, but the customers are very few. I think with this review of the licensing framework, many people will be arriving at the data centers to ask for their pie of the content. Then there are several challenges ahead. There is climate risk, there are cyber threats, there are funding gaps, but I want to also finish by saying that there is also a regulatory lag. Yeah? Sometimes you guys move very fast. It is a challenge that we must live with. The innovators in the house, hallelujah. Yeah? You know, the biggest challenge for us as regulators is to regulate emerging technology. You put in place everything nice, then tomorrow you find people are delivering services on and then they come to you and say, hey, which license does this one belong to? You're like, now we call it an incubation baby, and we have to develop something. So regulators lack. The good thing is that it's a global challenge, so we work alongside that, but we are glad to have partners in you. We can always develop something that fits. The reason why the authority dropped technology-sensitive licenses is because of regulatory lag. So, people keep calling me and asking me, I can't see the internet service provider license. I tell them I call it application service provider license. Because you guys can change in the morning, and in the evening you'll have changed. So I have lumped you together to be application service providers. If you tell me anything, I'm going to build something, I'm going to install, I'll tell you, oh, your license is infrastructure license. So that you don't tell me which type of cable should I use. Some people say, oh, I've already removed this kind of fiber. There is a new one that has come. I tell you, it is still in infrastructure. So we hide under the group licenses to be able to manage your day-to-day. But do you know what? Because challenges can emerge, even in that setup. We ask you to always file with us, quarterly returns, annual returns, telling us which technology you have deployed, so that when questions are asked, we're able to answer. I call you to action. Let us build a multi-stakeholder partnership, government, private sector, academia, civil society. Let us promote evidence-based regulation, where we leverage data that is available in big data analytics. We can do crowdsourcing, but commit ourselves to quality of service. Let us align our policies with the frameworks that are cross-border, so that we develop some high-level resilience. Let us ensure that the resilience that we talk about is not just technical, but it's also economic, that it is social and it's environmental. I don't know how many of you have our licenses, but we added something called environmental compliance. Some people ask me, but you are not NEMA. We were challenged by government that all institutions, whatever you do, save your environment. So, in your initiatives, I see my friend Caroline there. from your initiatives. What are your environmental? If they are not there, remember they are regulated. I'm here to learn. I'll pick some notes. We will keep sharing. We will grow together, and let us make our industry the best in this side of the globe. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. There's a small gift for you. Please don't leave. Before I give the gift, is there any question from anybody? That means you did a good job. Up next, you're going to have Ben Rael, Age Strategy Manager, Meta.
Good afternoon. Hopefully there's some slides that are going to, there we go. You won't have to just listen to me, get some pictures as well. So great to be here. First time I've actually made it to the Kenya Peering Forum over the last couple of years. Unfortunately I had some conflicts, so lovely to be here. Great week, great to see everyone today. Gonna just really quickly talk about Meta's Edge in Kenya, what that means for you as kind of network operators in the room, and how we want to work with you and how we want to partner with you to deliver the best experience possible. Sure, everyone knows this already, but when we think of Meta, when we think of Facebook, when we think about our infrastructure, actually this infrastructure is delivering the whole Meta family of apps. So that's Facebook, that's Instagram, WhatsApp, Threads, Oculus, if you've got that, but delivering the whole, all of that off the common infrastructure. And that infrastructure needs to scale. We're lucky that we've got in excess of 3.5 servers with this scaled infrastructure. So you can see here we've got at least with our Meta network appliances. This is our equipment we can install in partners' networks to help offload traffic. And to back that up, we've also got 80 plus edge where we install equipment in carrier neutral data centers. And then to back that up, we've got our 20 plus origin data. These are our brick and mortar data centers where we hold all of the cat pictures. We don't do peering in those. They are mainly in the US and they just hold all the content. When we think about Edge, and when we think about what does that mean, great picture here. So on the right-hand side, you'll see you've got users, primarily probably accessing one of our products on a mobile phone or a smartphone, but could also be using a desktop. Then obviously access networks, lots of people in here run those for us. Generally that could be cellular, that could be radio, it could be fixed or satellite, clearly that's coming in now. And then you've got really ISPs and then partners, aggregation networks and core networks, and that's kind of indicated on the middle. And this is where you can really start to think about where we start deploying our infrastructure. Here we can partner with people, we can deploy these MNAs, the Meta network appliances, that allows you to offload traffic in your network, and they can be spread across depending on how your network's designed, in cities, in rural areas if there's traffic there. They then connect back over the internet to equipment in carrier neutral data centers, the CNCs. Like we are on ICO and BATA, that's where we operate infrastructure where we can directly connect with you, whether that be over an internet exchange or where there's traffic that can be on a dedicated link. We have about 80 of those globally. We've got 5 of those in the African continent at the moment and 1 in Kenya. And then they connect back on our global backbone, and our global backbone connects not only to Europe, but connects eventually to the US, and that's where we then grab the content and store the content. It's important to call out one thing here. Our CDN is different to some other CDNs out there. We bucket the content into 2 categories. So we have static content, That's like the pictures and videos. Static content can come from both an M&A and a POP. So if you have an M&A with us and you peer with us, you'll see some traffic come from the M&A. And the reason you see that traffic go to POP is we have what we call content. And so dynamic content is anything that needs global consistency. So like newsfeed, status updates. We care about performance, we care about localizing traffic. You know, we have our POP in Mombasa, we have other data that can actually really map out what performance looks like across the country. So this map is showing RTT. Darker colours are higher, lighter colours are lower, and you can see really as you get further with the conversations earlier, you know, think about internet exchanges potentially away from the big cities and potentially looking at localising. You know, they're things we're also trying to evaluate and understand as well. Not only do we care about video quality, you know, we also care about real-time voice quality. We've had a program going on, and if you are an operator here with WhatsApp, please feel free to reach out. We've been engaging and collaborating with operators to try and improve the WhatsApp experience and, you know, deliver calls either directly between WhatsApp clients, or also look at how they're relayed and how they're good or bad quality calls. And that's something we're trying to do. Really, everyone in here is probably driving for similar things. You know, we want to deliver the best quality of experience possible for the Meta family of apps. One other thing I wanted to talk about today, we're moving away from root server peering. I know others are talking about this in the industry, so we wanted to talk about this too, and we've already done this in Mombasa and Kenya. We're not changing our peering policy though, so this is really critical. I'm going to talk a little bit about what that means. We want to confirm that partnering and working with small networks is still really important to us, and we're going to do that through connecting over internet exchanges, through connecting through PNIs, and through expanding our infrastructure further. But we also want to make sure it's clear and you know how to work with us and how to peer. We aim to be committed to the strategy we have, you know, and this is to support open internet. We want to be able to make our Meta content and the people's content that are using the products available to anyone who operates a network. We have updated our IXP policy just to kind of strengthen that a little bit. The reason for dropping root servers is we want to make sure we have of who we're peering with and how we're serving that traffic. Root server, you know, it's great when you first turn up from this exchange. We've built some automation to try and keep it easy and streamlined for everyone. Now, anybody? If not, please try out this session. BGP account to then manage and request your public BGP peering with us. So if you operate and you're connected to KIPs or links, you can look and manage your sessions through this portal. We have a few peering requirements. One is please maintain a peering DB record. Hopefully everyone does that already. If not, and you need some information, grab me afterwards. I'm sat down there. You can go to meta.com not only to log in and manage your peering, but you can also go there and review our peering policy and understand what that means for you as a network operator. Once you're on that page, you can follow the link and log in using your PeeringDB OAuth account. It's really important for us that we wanted to use what was considered an industry standard tool to make it easy to authenticate and identify who you are as a network operator. And then we built this as an automated platform. Once you make that request from our side, they're generally automated and they get picked up and managed automatically. We additionally, if you don't have access to it already, we operate our Network Partner Portal, or MPP. You can go there and you can view stats about your traffic and what that traffic means for you and your customers. So taking a look, don't like real demos, so we've got a few screenshots. Taking a look at how this portal works, you go to the meta.com peer page, and you can see on the right hand side, you've got a nice big PeeringDB OAuth button. When you click that, you know, it will offer you to sign in with your PeeringDB credentials. At that point, we redirect you towards the PeeringDB page, and there you log in with your standard PeeringDB credentials. Or then just say, do you authorize Facebook Peering to share some of that information? So your user, so we know your ASN, your email address, and that list of networks, we know who you are and where you can peer. That then redirects you back to the meta.com peering page. You can now see you've got a few different buttons here. You can request private peering, you can request an M&A, but the one we're thinking about today is requesting public peering. So you click that, your AS number would be pre-filled at the top of that page. This is just an example one. You'll also have your email address pre-filled, but you can overwrite that. Let's say you want to put a network engineering alias or a NOC alias in there. And then you can literally go through, as you can see, where the session's missing. You can put that little blue tick in and say, I want to request to add those sessions. And then you click the start public peering button at the bottom, and that sends a request off to us, and it goes from there. A few takeaways about this automation we built for public peering. It is generally automated. You know, I know people have given us feedback historically that sometimes emailing peering@meta.com or as it was peering@fb.com didn't get a straight response. So we wanted to scale to support users and support network operators. And so we built this automation which allows that to happen. And those requests get fed through some software we built, and for most requests they get automatically configured. At that point, the configurations are pushed to our routers, so the BGP sessions, and then at that point it emails you with all of the details. We rely on PeeringDB, we always have done. Our network automation internally relies on PeeringDB data. Data in IX, but you haven't got it set up in PeeringDB, we can't see it, so we can't pay. So it's just a please call. And we already rely, so we weren't concerned about extending that relying further. And then not Facebook. We've heard before the challenges of trying to access these tools, linking your personal Facebook account, trying to have a NOC address. So it's really important for us to not rely on Facebook for the authentication, and that's why we built integration with the PeeringDB. And at that point, any questions? Thank you for the time. Maybe I get away with it. Any questions in the room? There's one there.
From Ecotech International. Are root servers then as a concept there in a way? Because we've seen organizations of their size and similar basically moving away from root server architectures. What does that mean then for the smaller players who, it looks like this will disenfranchise them from accessing your content without doing bilateral peering with you? And for some other players, they're setting very high targets for doing PNI. So how do you then view it over the long term for root servers?
It's a good question. Every network operator clearly does their own thing, and thank you for the question. For us, we want control, we really like control. You see that from how we deliver our M&A program, where we provide the hardware and we control and manage that hardware, through to how we know and learn prefixes where we want to serve traffic to. So for us, moving away from root servers is about bringing that control and also that understanding of what will serve where. We have made it as easy as possible for peers to request public peering with us, and we've also been very collaborative with communities and network operators before we've made this change. So for example, Terraco in Africa, we run a kind of virtual tech day to talk about this change, and similarly here, when we made the change in Kenya, we actually reached out to network operators of all sizes, where we saw traffic exchanged via prefixes learned via the root servers, and got them to set up sessions in advance of making the change. So happy to talk more on that, but we're trying to make it as simple as possible and give everyone control. Thanks. One question down the front, please.
Yeah, my name is Simon Mahe from Wyoming. So we've had several questions in the community that is locally here. Meta, you have, okay, it's more of a peering question. you have BGP communities which are undocumented, they're not like official. Do you honor them? Do you plan to announce them formally or not? Because I think people are struggling to be able to track trafficking, especially when they are either doing bilateral or doing PNIs. They are struggling, especially their traffic still to their upstream providers. Are you going to formally announce that? Is it something that is honored or not?
So, when you say you mean our BGP communities for traffic control? So yeah, part of the engagement and why I come to events like this is so network operators know how to reach us. Because we're running this CDN, we have this software layer over the top. Not always traditional BGP techniques will work with us and influence traffic. And by that I mean AS class prepends, set meds. We do have some communities, as you rightly say, for BGP control for your prefixes, not for downstream prefixes. And they're actually published in the network partner portal. They are formally announced, they're not secret. Happy to share the document with you, and if anyone else is in the room, happy to reach out, and you can certainly grab a copy of them from me. Thanks. Any other questions? I see one from someone over there, who's a colleague, so he's going to ask me a complicated question probably.
Hi, Justin from Meta. Not a complicated question, this may be following from the earlier gentleman from the CA, because he mentioned resilience. So maybe just to tell the audience a bit about what we do as Meta to enable resilience for our nodes, I think that would be useful.
Sure, absolutely. Thanks for the question. So resilience is super important, as we build into the African continent, and I've been working on this now for 8 years, I guess, with my Meta hat. There's kind of the story starts with we want to localize traffic first. So we build into a country and we do something for the first time and we set up peering. And then we want to evolve that conversation as the country grows, as the infrastructure and the ecosystem grows, and we build something else in the country so we're still able to deliver a good experience under failure. I think it's fair to say we all know there's challenges with subsea in the last 12, 18, 24 months, particular reliability and particular cuts. And how we think about this is when we're building our POPs and our new infrastructure for the first time, we're looking at which subsea routes to take to connect to that, and additionally how many routes based on uptime and availability. We've been involved in projects where another consortium led to Africa. That's a new subsea cable that goes around the continent. You might have seen in the press in the last kind of 10 days or so as well, Safaricom have a new cable coming that we're partnered with for Kenya. So we're really not only leveraging existing infrastructure, but also building and supporting open infrastructure. Extend that further, it's great to talk about sea borders and subsea, but then also we're now working on how to connect some of the infrastructure we have terrestrially to give DR and give different routes and optionality when we have failures, and we are now building for failures. Any other questions before I escape? Oh, just one in the middle. I am here all day, so if you do have something you want to talk to me about, I'm sat just over there. I'll be at the social tonight, so please come find me, fiery shirt.
Afternoon.
Afternoon.
Abdallah from Liquid. When you're choosing where to set up, what are your criteria, apart from probably demand? Do you have like CSR projects where you decide to pick a location based on the communities at that site?
It's a good question. Just to clarify, do you mean when we select a data center in a market, or when we select a market? Or
a market.
A market. It's a good question. So we look at a number of different metrics. In Meta, we always talk about the impact of doing something. And so really, when we think about building a new market, we look at what the impact is of doing that market and what the ecosystem status is. An ecosystem means everything from carriage or data centers to subsea providers to ISPs to internet exchanges, and having all those different components there. And then we look at assess what that looks like versus the impact. Impact might be DR, video quality, WhatsApp calls, and then we stack those things together and form a plan. The way we work in Meta, we get multiple teams together, so in fact the colleagues sat down there, helped them run and build the backbone, they assess the options, then another colleague assesses the space and power options, and as part of that we engage network operators and understand what's good for them, where would they like us to be, and once we get all those things together we kind of put that as a plan that we move forward with. Thanks. Hey.
Hi Ben. So the fact that Meta is the majority or the biggest shareholder to Africa, does it mean that in all the landings there is an intention of maybe setting PNIs in those regions? I mean countries, for example. Is it something that you're looking at having, or it in only major regions like Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria?
That's a good question. Obviously it's a consortium cable, so lots of people might be using it for their own reasons and purposes. We are intending to leverage that asset and build our edge further into new countries. So for example, we're doing Port Harcourt in Nigeria next year, and that's the story about the DR. And then we're looking at where else to build. In 2027, we're intending to do Kinshasa in the DRC, again enabled by to Africa, and then we're going to continue planning and forwarding after that. So not everywhere in one go, but the plan is to leverage what we build, for sure. Any other questions before I escape back to the seats? If not, thank you. Oh.
I think my question, my name is Eli from BCS. A quick one on big data analytics and the Meta edge devices and of course the replication nodes that you're building. Are you looking at it in terms of replicating this data to other nodes? For example, if you set in Kenya and maybe another in Uganda and another in DRC. If one is going down, are you replicating the full data to these other nodes?
That's a good question, thank you. So we don't strictly replicate between infrastructure. The POPs and the M&As, the Meta Network Appliances, they're all caches, essentially, so they hold a copy of content that's recently been requested. So if something goes down in Uganda, and let's say you start going to Mombasa, what will happen is if Mombasa doesn't already have that content, it will request another copy of it from the origin, which is going over our backbone. So we don't replicate around, it's more the infrastructure caches and holds the content that it needs for that time. Thanks, happy to talk more if you've got specific questions. Oh, Mr. Tinker.
Thanks, Ben. Great talk as always. Martin from Vision. Just given the constraints on the subsea infrastructure on the East Coast, as far as development of ongoing northern section of the continent, in as far as you're able to advise us what tactical long-term mitigation strategies are better implementing and work around these constraints.
Good question. I'm definitely not the expert in this because I do our edge infrastructure and I have teams smarter than me who think about those things. But I think it's fair, especially and subsea infrastructure, as we're reaching end of life or getting closer end of life, like thinking about investment as in new systems or thinking about those new systems adding or bringing something that's diverse to the existing. To Africa, Ecolano, that I can never pronounce. If you think of the west side of Africa, they were actually going. I guess it's planning and working with the community to understand what and how to build more, and to serve from the continent, not from Europe. Thanks.
But you can see Ben during lunchtime or during the break or during the networking session in the evening if you have any question for him. For now, we're running out of time. I'd like to ask Mr. Bob. much, Mr. Bob and Ben, for that very insightful presentation. I'd like to call upon Mr. Sheon from the Nigerian Exchange Point to come and present on peering personnel.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. My name is Sheon Olorushola. I'm pleased to ESO if you see me anywhere. I say ESO, I will respond. So we are Internet Exchange Point of Nigeria. Here's 36932. Network is around 130 plus. And we are currently picking around 1.8 plus. Currently. So in Lagos, we are present in digital reality, RAC Center, MDX, HiCell, Cloud Exchange Africa Data Center, Open Asset Data Center. We are also in the interior parts of Nigeria, Abuja, Port Harcourt, Delta, and Ogun. I will still be around if you have any reason to reach out to me. I'll be at the back seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we are going to have a panel. I'll call upon the moderator, Milka Muga, Head of Business Development from TESPOC. Emmanuel Makina from Pikes Data Center. Can you join us on stage? Mr. Amit, Chief Business Development Officer from IX Africa Data Center.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are the special panel, the ones that have the meal cards that shall be given only to us. So, once again, my name is Milka Muga. I head the business development at TESPOC, Kenya Internet Exchange Points. And we're here to have one of our most interesting sessions panel on the data center. With me are experts from the data center ecosystem. I will give them 1 minute to introduce themselves and to briefly share why they are passionate about the Africa, or rather the Kenyan data center space.
I think I'll go first because we went live fast. Yeah, so my name is Emmanuel Makina. I'm the head of sales and marketing for PEX. And PEX is a Pan-African Internet Exchange data centers. We are a Pan-African operator, and currently we have live data centers in Kenya, Ghana, and also almost breaking ground in Rwanda. So in Kenya, I'm just giving some brief background for those who maybe are interacting with us for the first time. In Kenya, we went live in April 2021, and from that time to date, we have had 100% availability. And in terms of, we are a carrier neutral facility, and in terms of the passion we have for connectivity and everything, basically our data center started, the community started growing when KXP came in. So we are always very passionate with KXP because they were the first company to bring in their switch. And we have seen that community grow. So from 2021 up to date, we have over 40 carriers currently at PEX and still growing. So I look forward to having a good interaction. Yeah, thank you.
Makina?
Hello everyone. My name is Amit Singh. I'm the CBDO for IX Africa Data Center. Like rightly said, we are the new kid on the block, improved, better and scalable than what was done erstwhile. And it's an honor and a pleasure and a privilege to be here in this room. Just a quick background about me. I have worked mainly in the Asian, European and the US market. This is my first time in Africa and I love the vibe, I love the people and I feel this is where the next big wave of growth is going to be. So looking forward to an engaging conversation. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Amit. So we're going to discuss three things basically today. The growth, the challenges, and the sustainability, all right? First off is the growth of data centers. I think one of the most, even in how we speak, when you talk about collocating a data center and someone tells you, I also have a data center in my office, and you wonder, are you sure we're on the same page? You know, people don't want to confuse server rooms and data center spaces. So how have you seen the growth and evolution of data centers in this game? If you look at what data center holds, what it carries, it's the fintech, it's the manufacturing, it's the most important things to our hearts, it's the entertainment, you know? What does that mean? How has the growth been? And I think we'll start with you, Makina.
Yeah, so for me, I came from a telecom background. I worked with Safaricom and Liquid. So when I came to the data center space, I would say I was a bit naive and innocent. So when we were setting up the infrastructure, I was just looking for the ISPs to come, you know, bring your network equipment and provide connectivity to the enterprise customers whom we were targeting. Because for us being in the business districts, actually our data center is just a walking distance from here. It's at Britain Tower. So I would say we stumbled upon a market niche, which was the telecom business, because the first data centers were set up by the likes of, I'll mention names, the likes of Safaricom, Liquid, Airtel, they mentioned data. But when we were setting up, some of those guys already had some of their maybe aging data centers, they had their own challenges. So besides them setting up their own networks, they also had their own internal requirements, which they started offloading to the carrier neutral data centers. So that's one trend that we picked. Then the other one is, of course, I think Dan was here earlier. ABC was I would say the first data center to set up. So most of the networks were concentrated at the ADC. So the next requirement was some of those networks to look for alternative sites for their redundancies. So it has naturally evolved. Some of them are setting up at PIX, others at IX, and even others at ECHO. Then the other evolution is now around the enterprise customers, especially the financial institutions. Some of them already had their own facilities, but they also have requirements maybe to have 2 data centers, others even 3 data centers for increased redundancies. Yeah.
And especially adding to the fact that this is now, most people are looking for carrier neutral data centers, right? So Amit, just to add on to your expertise from the Asian side, and as you said, the new key block on the African side, on the Kenyan coast, what are the bottlenecks that are there? What do you foresee in the data center space?
Okay, so just to set the perspective, I will be putting on the IX Africa data center hat at times and a third party hat as well to give the right perspective in place. Picking up from what Emmanuel said, if you notice, I would like to classify it in 2 eras. One era was where a network company had a data center, and that's what Safaricom and other people came on board. But now I think we've evolved to a stage where data center is an expert environment, and which are completely carrier neutral, and with the help of partners like KIXP and other internet exchanges, these are building up steam. Now, comparing Asia to Africa won't be the right comparison, because I personally feel that Africa is where maybe India and Indonesia were 10 years or 15 years back. And I've been privileged to see that growth, and I see all those elements here. Young country, young population, average age of 22, 23, compared to maybe Japan, which is like 47, Europe, which is close to 42, 43, a mobile first generation. So I think on that sense, Africa is just about to take off. And the themes or the building blocks could be one, the global cloud environment and CDN and streaming partners coming into Africa. That could be a growth for a data center company like me. Second, I feel the subsea, we all are talking about subsea and cable landings to Africa, Equiano. I think that also builds up the ecosystem for it. And third, which we heard the government officials also speaking about, is how they are trying to push the digital ecosystem. So I think with all these building blocks, we are there. Showstoppers, roadblocks, yes, there. I mean, I think the major, I spoke 2 days back also, and I still echo those sentiments, that if not Africa, then what? If the hyperscalers or the cloud providers are moving into other markets, I think they've reached a saturation point. So Africa is where the next growth is. Yeah, we have showstoppers. I think the major roadblock would be the power, not the generation, but the power delivery. Africa, and especially Kenya and few other countries, power is not really a problem. The distribution of that power could be a problem. So we need more stronger grids to support that. And by virtue of nature, we are blessed with a lot of renewable energy. And Kenya has one of the greenest grid in the world. So I think whether it's geothermal, hydro, solar, it all mix up. Another roadblock could be the inter-Africa connectivity. So I mean, to make it very simple, I stay in a building, I have a huge water tank. So just think the water tank to be the subsea assets which are getting all the water in. And we all stay in this flat, and so the pipeline going between the tank and me in my flat is still the thin one. So no matter how much or how big or how good the upper tank is, I'm still not going to get a good water. So what we need is to build a good inter-country connectivity within Africa to sustain that growth that we foresee. And obviously government support is something which we all are working on. So I think that's what makes the entire jigsaw puzzle solid.
And maybe just to ask a chilly question. Africa just has barely 1% of data centers globally. Is Africa an attractive or risky for investment into the data center space?
I think I'm highly optimistic, and it's the way how you look at the glass. So I see it as half full, and there's still more to go. So 1% is, so why it is attractive? Again, population, mobile first, digital first. So these factors actually, so let's take a different view. Let's take a side step. 1.4 billion population, 38% internet penetration, roughly, compared to a global standard of 68%. But if you see the growth of internet over the last 2 decades, Africa as a region, as a continent, has a growth rate of 10.7%, roughly 11%. Whereas global standard is 6.8. So we have a lot of catch-up to do, and I think we are doing that. Risk, again, I mean, I think the capital raising could be a risk, but the way out is to have modular growth instead of a growth which is speculative and building something which is not really there. We have issues, not really issues, we don't have the talent pool as well. If you the talent pool has a lot of catch up to do. But it's a good problem, right? It's a good problem to have. With applications, right, support from operators, hyperscalers, this gap could be filled. And so I think it's the only way we are going to go is up 1%. So we have 99 to catch.
Very nice.
For me, I'll also just chip in a little bit because I think the biggest risk for Africa is the unpredictable nature of our macroeconomic environment, especially the economy. I feel that's the biggest contributor. Like a few years ago, like 2 years ago, when our currency was fluctuating all over the place, it was a big problem even for our customers, importing equipment that eventually end up in our facilities. So I find that to be impediment. Then there's the issue of unpredictable changes in tax. Sometimes you're in the process of importing equipment, before they land at the port, the taxes have changed. So those are some of the challenges that we foresee in the industry.
When we talk about scalability, and I think one of the biggest things we realize is we import a lot of content. Most of the devices we get, we end up loading and downloading a lot of content that is foreign, The Metas, the Amazons, they're all foreign. We look forward to a time when we'll be having our own content developers from Africa, and they're having to send their traffic across borders, right? So for them to do that, they need the right environment. We're looking at a level whereby they're able to scale up and they're able to get funded and they're able to put structures in place. But now, in terms of scalability, what would that mean? When you talk about power, when you talk about cooling, what exactly does that mean from your perspective?
Okay, so I think the most important aspect in a data center is power. And that's also the greatest constraint when you're operating a facility. That's why people talk of IT load, like when people, like when the hyperscalers or any other customer is engaged, they always ask, what's your capacity? So, in terms of capacity is there, but I'm foreseeing a situation whereby when the data center actually, industry takes off, we may have a problem because Kenya we don't have enough power. When you look at countries like Ireland and some parts of Europe, there are protests from the general population because the data centers are actually competing for power with the small towns. So, and I think it's good because was it this week that Ethiopia launched their mega dam? So we are benefiting from that in the short run. But as a country, I think we should be able to do a lot of investments in power because it will reach a point. It will reach an inflection point whereby we won't have enough power to support the kind of workload that are coming now. The current situation, yes, we have enough IT load, but unfortunately most of it is concentrated in Nairobi. So I was happy to hear Fiona talk about you guys looking at Nanyuki, Kisumu and Eldoret. So if you have some of the players who are coming in, we should also be thinking of other towns. Because also when you look at the skills are just concentrated in Nairobi. We don't have good technical skills or infrastructure in the other parts of the country.
So I think it's a common problem, and I agree with Emmanuel. Power continues to be a concern, but we are highly, so we believe that wherever there is a threat, there is an opportunity as well. So power, obviously we won't have the answers on day zero. So it's going to be a mix of renewable and grid support, but it also burdens the expenses of a data center. At the end of the day, we are a profit-making or a profit-oriented organization. So in a typical data center, 50% of the OPEX is going to be power. So it's like a raw material for a data center. if I can call land also as a raw material, it's that. So we strongly believe in three philosophies. It's RSS, it's reliable, it's scalable, and it needs to be sustainable. So we strongly value these rules. So what we feel is that we are going to evolve. Depending on the grid is not the ideal way out, and because it's not stable and the grid rates are also very high, and then you move on to depending on diesel, which increases your cost to a great extent. So we see a lot of innovations happening in the cooling side. So whether this could be for a city like Nairobi, where we have a good air temperature, good cooling, we can use air temperature for cooling, which optimizes my power cost. We are doing POCs for liquid cooling, and evidence in hyperscalers and other players to move into bigger deployments out. Africa are considered as the edge nodes, you know. So I think it's just a matter of time.
I think also as we're talking about scalability, we look at capacity building, and but is the industry, is the talent pool aligned to what is expected of them? Is there an understanding?
Honestly, the talent pool is not really sufficient at this moment. And also, once the pace of deployment increases, it's going to be a difficult catch-up game. What we foresee as an opportunity is that what we need to see. I mean, let's take a step back and have a larger looking glass. A data center gives a lot of direct employment, but it also gives a lot of indirect employment. So if we see right now, for a data center direct job, indirect job in evolved market like US is around 6.8. So this includes construction and all the local support that you need. But what's going to work is that these factors, along with local training support, we believe that it's going to work. A lot of hyperscalers have started these initiatives where they pick local talent, and the local talents are trained and certified in their deployments. So we also have a lot of CSR initiatives where we are trying to pick the right talent, train the right talent, nurture the right talent to work, and use the global standards by a lot of companies coming into Africa and make them into our practice. And also, if you see, this motivates the local talent to stay local. You know, you will see a lot of engineers who are getting good jobs here based on this can continue to stay here instead of losing them somewhere else. So I think it's important we do that, and I think we all as an industry needs to stand and support these initiatives, and the mindset needs to change. So data centers are not boxes of power and cooling. Data centers are actually digital transformation which helps on multiple levels, whether it is creating job, creating economy, and holding money. So for any economy to develop, the money needs to stay and circulate. I think a data center does that to a great extent.
And maybe just to Makina, when you're talking to your grandma, the 75-year-old, I think, where do you tell her you work?
I go a little personal here. So when I work for a company called Reliance Jio, I don't know how much of you know. So my personal view is that for technology to work, the cost needs to be lowered. And this is what happened with us when 4G was launched and handset cost was a barrier. You know, anybody going for a switching cost was a barrier. And we being an operator, we managed to get some handsets, and our focus was the Gen Z, the young people, the so-called millennials or whatever new word they keep coming every 2 years. So But then we were surprised that the off-takers of that streaming content were not really teenagers, but were 60 plus retired people, including my grandmother, my father, and in-laws. They are very important. They were, I mean, they took more time, but were more loyal. And they had this cohort group where they sat with maybe a yoga session or anything. And what they used to do was actually go onto mobile and do it. So now, to answer your question, what I tell them, I am one of the guy who's helping you see that content on your phone. You know? So say thanks to me and just bless me always.
Yeah, for me, my first experience was to see her join WhatsApp group, yeah? Yeah, like I was wondering what is going on. Then we wake up in the morning, she's sending some funny emojis and stuff like that. So then she started doing the video calls. So yeah, I was able to explain to her, and I think mine is she's a bit too old, could not come here, but one of my friends in the industry actually brought her grandmother to our data center, and we showed how everything works, and she was really happy. We explained to her the phone she's using, even the M-Pesa that we send, is being hosted somewhere. That's why she's able to do those things she does on the phone. So they pretty much understand.
I remember when we were doing the tour for the young girls, the children.
Yes.
And for them, they were happy they were out of school. Then they're like, okay, what's this? It's all this white space. And we had to try and start explaining, so what's your favorite application? It's Instagram. Where is it hosted? On my phone. Okay, really? So when you open it with your iPad and your laptop, how do you still get the same content? Oh yeah, by the way. Okay, how that? Then they became very curious because that's now. As we still mentor these young ones, and we realize that there's a growing need for not so that we are butchered, so that you can have lunch. I think we will have a call to action, a final question. Where do you see the Kenyan data center space in the next 5 to 10 years, as you give your parting remarks?
Yeah, maybe the next 5 to 10 years.
Yes.
Does it include now? Because for me, what I think it's already happening. We have interest from, and I think that's the reason why I wrote this here, where I think we are forcing a situation where at some point the hyperscalers probably will set up their own availability zones in Kenya and in the regions outside South Africa. And again, as you have mentioned, we have some customers like Aherinet, I remember it, yes, who are in Kisumu, but they cannot access the content. The rest of the ISPs in Nairobi are enjoying. So we are foreseeing a situation whereby we'll have small data centers in the central Kenya or the areas towards Uganda, because also Uganda, Rwanda, they are landlocked. So we see some activities towards that side. Then within the Kenya ecosystem, I don't think we'll have many companies doing their own private. Most of them will be outsourced. Yeah. Thank you.
I feel it would be different buckets. Network would be more 4G, 5G for the entire Africa. Internet penetration would be close to 68%. Fiber rollout with connected in a much better infrastructure. I believe the deployments for the hyperscaler would be in line to 15 to 20 megawatts per day. The traffic growth and internet exchanges would be at the next level, facilitating experience. But I think what it's making data centers, hyperscalers are more like facilitators. They are catalysts. But I think Africa as a region would be more digitally transformed in terms of people. The next generation would have better skill sets, trained skill sets, and new jobs would keep on evolving, and it would be in better and safer hands.
Thank you so much. If there are only 2 burning questions, just 2 burning so that at least we can go for lunch.
No questions, then we were really good.
So mine is a big thank you to our panelists for the thoughtful discussions and very engaging section. It's clear where the challenges remain, it's clear where the vision is going. Let's keep this conversation going even after this and after lunch. So back to you, sir.
Thank you so much to our panelists and to our moderator, Noel Kamuga, for that engaging session. I'd like to call upon Ms. Maggie Maina from ADC to come and give them a small token of appreciation.
Allow me to call and to recognize just for a minute the presence of Sajid. It's usually like a trio when we are having this Sisipana. Sajid, please come and say hi. So when they say Akolo, they say Akolo kids, right? That's what.
Hello everyone, Sajid Bayani, I call data centers. Apparently I missed a panel that I wasn't aware of. But you can blame the late night. ITW was 4 more week, a pleasure being here. And Nunca, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You can now take your seats. We now break for lunch. Lunch is being served on the next door, just right after this room on your left. I would be happy if you could be back by 2 p.m. on the dot. Thank you.
iColo, a digital Nairobi 2. Conveniently located next to the existing Nairobi 1 and teleport facility. NBO 2 and NBO 3 boast 12 new data halls with 3,000 supported by generators to ensure 2N redundant power supply. Cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+ station. Water mist fire suppression system will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our environmental footprint. NBO 2 will be ready for service in Q3 2024. Icolo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Up to campus IT load of 13.9 megawatts and spanning over 34,000 square meters. NBO2 dedicated power feed from the substation is supported by generators to ensure with 4 independent fiber routes following the specifications of our hyperscale customers. +2 configuration. Water mist fire suppression system will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our storage and modern co-working space available. Following Icolo's certified lead, NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025 in region. Virtual Data Center is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2, bringing it up to campus IT load of 13.9 megawatts and site power of 23 megawatts, 3,000 racks. Dedicated power feed from the new facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 customers. Precision cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration. Detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24/7 on-site security with NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025. ICOLO and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center is expanding the Nairobi campus with our conveniently located next to the existing Nairobi 1 facility, bringing it up to campus IT load of 13.9 megawatts and data halls with 3,000 racks. Dedicated power feed from the substation is supported by generators to ensure two-end redundancy. Facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 independent fiber routes following the specifications of our hyperscale will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our environmental footprint. Detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24/7 on-site security with securability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in engineering in Kenya and the African region. iColo, a digital realty company, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Megawatts and site power of 23 megawatts, spanning over 34,000 square meters. The specifications of our hyperscale customers. Precision detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, commitment to sustainability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO's world-class engineering in Kenya and the African region. Akolo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Convenient 13.9 megawatts and site power of 20,000 square meters. NBO and NBO3 boast 12 new data halls with 3,000 racks. To ensure 2N redundant power supply. Routes following the specifications of our hyperscale concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration. Water mist fire suppression system will be installed in the detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24 modern co-working space available. Following Akolo's commitment to sustainability, testament to Akolo's world-class engineering in Kenya and the African region. Icolo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi IT load of 13.9 megawatts and site power of 23 megawatts, spanning over dedicated power feed from the sub supported by generators to ensure two-end redundant power supply. The new facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 independent fiber routes following the specifications of our hyperscale customers. Precision cooling, environmental footprint, detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, and modern co-working space available. Following Icolo's commitment iColo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Conveniently located next to the existing Nairobi 1 and teleport facility, bringing it up to campus IT load of 13 lots, spanning over 34,000 square meters. NBO2 as substation is supported by generators to ensure two-end redundant. The new facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 independent fiber routes, precision cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration, to reduce our environmental footprint. Detailed security measures like perimeter storage and modern co-working space available. Following iColo's commitment to sustainability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025 and is a testament to iColo's world-class
ATU, and Africa to come up with what's it's good, and it's a framework for us as well, because we're still trying to improve in the space and ensure that we still have some way to go as compared to stronger countries in Africa and also globally. So document there, which we are very happy to have worked with Afrinic and the Africa Telecommunication Union. So I will stop there. Encourage you to go to pulse.internetsociety.org. There's a lot more data there, so mainly focused on one focus area, which is resilience. There's data on data on market
But the thing is, because there are others that are not captured, they take up the percentage. So you're looking at it from a 45%, which is scary, but the actual capacity usage, of course, it is accurate. But most important will be the data capture. For them, it's very easy. Safaricom is a part player with some cables. Airtel is a part player, so is IG, so is JTL. So it's very easy to capture that. And also, they've got their gateway that is easy to capture. So I think the call is for the ISPs to rally and capture their data, because that will make the percentage change. And with that decision making, it's very easy when you're looking at a different percentage change. Let's hope that next year we can see more of that.
Yes.
Mine is actually, Kevin, this is quite amazing data, very nicely presented. I think we've got to the slide for the fiber network. The fiber, terrestrial fiber. That one is. Yeah. So I don't know, maybe this is a challenge to CA, because I see the CA is represented here. For any operator that is here can say conclusively that this is not the right state of fiber network in Kenya. For a fact, like now I can see Tetraco, which is quite a big player at the moment. We know they have the OPGW to Ethiopia. I can only see one line to Ethiopia, which is the terrestrial line. We have the old fiber for Kenya Power, which I also don't seem to see there. Seeing this because I've interacted with the fibers, I know their roots. So maybe for CA, I don't know, even other than using the NSRC and ITU maps, if CA can actually be able to help us generate the actual status of the main terrestrial fiber within Kenya. Now, number two.
Before you jump, can I say something? Yes. So for CA, I know I've started looking at the open fiber data standard. There was, I don't know how many of you attended the meeting, there was a meeting 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, convened by CA and I think other players to try and get into this open fiber data standard. Because for the same reasons you said, that information is not there. Like that, every time I show this or we present this in other countries, there's that information, my cable is missing, so the solution is to come up with a way to define that terrestrial fiber. And that's, we believe this is one way to do open fiber data standard.
Yes, but you know it's how many years after? So just to say we are a bit late in terms of having that data, but it's a good start, which is a good progress. Now, number two, I don't know whether the same submission, which used to be done manually, is for the member. I don't think that is what happens up to now. The manual submission to CA, which are really, for anyone who has ever submitted those, that data, there's so much tendency to just push the paper. And because it's too tedious, it's too manual work that you feel you're using your pen to fill. So I'm just wondering whether if it's still that manual, for CA, what I would challenge them is to create a portal where you basically do the entry of your account there, you just give the relevant entity there, and the report comes out. And maybe when we move towards more of a portal than the manual, it will be the same impact with KRA, the submission when you went online, or better than when people are doing manually. So I think one of the discouragements, speaking from experience, was the manual filing of the returns to CA. And I think having a portal kind of a system would really have a better impact. And lastly for me is considering like the comment from Bushrock Fiber in terms of the traffic. As much as we present the big ones, for this kind of forum, it's also good to show the progress being done by the smaller players that are playing at the bottom. So if the data is necessary to encourage them to see where this can be able to add it, and also just to show the code that is really good, because I think there's a very good progress in the current market and what is happening, especially at the home connection. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your comments. I think for the small ones, I think we've discussed, they need to register. They need to get ASNs, they need to get IP blocks. If you're here in your ISP and you don't have an system number, we can't see. You need to register. And as Fiona said, Jasper can help also with the issue of returns and so on. And also, you will be able to participate in the applicant process and so on. That's a challenge to the smaller ISPs to come on board. For this, I can't speak for CA, of course, I can't speak for CA, but I know there's a process to convene all the stakeholders to determine what to do. Maybe the gentleman here from CA can add to that.
Actually, I was going to add to that. Under the KD program of the World Bank, there is funding that is going to go to open data to help us do the mapping of all the fiber installations in the country. So we shall have an up-to-date map, because we also are in a quagmire where we cannot discuss waivers with the counties and tariffs that the counties charge for fiber installations if we cannot show them where the fiber is. So we've been given a task. We've had a meeting with the PS of Devolution and the Council of Governors, and even from the meeting we had in Homa Bay, we need to be able to document where our fiber is. And so we have the homework as service providers to do all that documentation. CA has been gracious enough to, at least we know that they'll be automating the filing process. That should make it so much easier. And part of that filing, we were asking them to see if they could accommodate a mapping tool, because then that way we have what you file at CA as where your fiber is. Then we'll have the open data where individual ISPs will put in themselves. Each team will have login credentials, and they'll put in the routings of where their fiber is. And we'll see when we put those maps on top of each other, we'll be able to see where the gaps are, and where maybe someone filed last quarter and they felt they didn't need to file in this quarter. We'll be able to put that together. And we'll also look at the historical. Then the third thing that is being looked into right now is where the Telkom Kenya old ducts are, because there's a proposal for those to be used for fiber since they are no longer used for copper. So there's a lot of things that are happening with the county governments on fiber deployments that we need to participate in and be cognizant of. But the maps, part of it is our responsibilities. Everyone should have their maps, but when the open data tool will be enabling us to just upload our maps onto that cloud.
Thank you, Dr. Fiona, and I think we made that progress. On the part of automation, we have just completed the LMS, License Management System, that has now elaborate templates where an interface for filing returns will be put, and a template will be shared for members to comment and to see the additions to be made, if any, so that you are able to respond, and then we will automatically see the numbers building up. I was not very much active to argue with behind there are perhaps much familiar with where they have developed the maps, but until we have collected that data in a presentable manner, we might not be able to actually show 100% of it on macro levels. People with sufficient volume and who have actually presented in a manner that is reachable. So there is a broadband mapping forum that was held about, was it 2 or 3 weeks ago, was specifically looking at how we can bring this up and get accuracy in terms of the open data. And that will be a game changer, because even new investors will come knowing where I'm going, this is a facility that is there. So please, members, let's commit to co-work. When these templates are shared for review, for comments, make your input, and thank God for Testbook, we will be able to reach each one of you. We value data from everybody. Please, don't think your data is ignored. We value it. Thank you.
Because I see a lot of time, let me finish just one more thing. Measurements. You can actually run your own measurement network. We piloted one and we documented it. It's called the Measuring Internet Resilience in Africa. You can actually deploy a network of probes, have them talk to a central anchor server and collect that data. So rather than, we present what is open available. So if you want to run your measurements here, we can help you. We've done the documentation, we know how it works, we know how to deploy it. It's very doable, you just need to get anchors or vantage points in several places. So you just tell all your clients, install this small device in your network. You get live data. So when you see this, you can say, hey, I have an open source of data that is publicly available, please include it. We'll be happy to do that and present it in the next time as well. Asanteni sana.
Would like to learn how to clap, like in sign language. Oh, looks like most of you know. Great, thank you. I'd like to call upon Mr. Eric Kiboy to come and give a token of appreciation to Kevin. Thank you so much, Kevin. Next, I'm going to call upon Links, a representative from Links, to come and present on personal pairing.
Okay, yes, thank you. So my name is Patrick Mboko. I've been in the industry for almost like over 15 years, so I know most of the people here. I used to work with one of the members, Liquid Telecom, so for many years, that's where you know me from. So I'm here on behalf of London Internet Exchange. So London Internet Exchange, the AS number is 5459. We have a lot of members actually from Kenya that are members of London Internet Exchange. Still the biggest internet exchange in UK, in multiple data centers. So what we have done is, as you say, being a member, not-for-profit organization, we extend the benefits that are in UK to the members also growing in Africa. And in that program, Links established the Links Kenya, and we are currently operating 2 internet exchanges, that is Links Nairobi and Links Mombasa. That is for Nairobi is the ES37732, and for Mombasa is at 7804. In Nairobi, we are operating the 4 data centers, all of them interconnected. IX Africa, ICOLO, PAX, and ADC, all of them are interconnected. So if you are a member, if you are co-locating in any of those and you have a yes number, feel free to order there. You are able to get the routing from any of those locations. Then in Mombasa, we are in ICOLO 1 and ICOLO 2. Both of them also interconnected. If you are there, you are also able to. And just for the purpose of this, as I said, you can see the amount of traffic that has been we basically do in London. If you're also in London, if you have network in London, feel free to basically become a member there and interconnect. The reason why PAC actually come to participate in the Kenya Peering Forum, we believe that the stronger the internet exchanges become, the stronger the ecosystem becomes, and it becomes basically a better, redundant, stable network for all the ecosystem and all the ecosystem in Kenya. So thanks a lot, and maybe also you're welcome to be at London Internet Exchange. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Patrick. He's our very good friend. I'd like to call up Mr. Aquinas from ICOLO.
Good afternoon. My name is Aquinas Masaha. I'm a solutions engineer at ICOLO. So the theme today has been peering, and I'd like to talk about maybe perhaps the role of data centers, current data centers in the whole peering, in the peering landscape. So peering ecosystem includes terrestrial fiber, CDN infrastructure, network-to-network interconnection equipment, and an IX switch. So what is missing in this ecosystem is sort of a facility or a place where all these members can sit for them to do what is exactly peering. So the role of Karindo Data Center is to bring all these players together so that we can go to interconnect, and perhaps the essence of us being here is to peer. So ICOLO is a Karindo facility that offers such an infrastructure that allows the whole members to co-locate and go to peer with us, to peer with each other. So if you just have a brief aggregate numbers of the peering traffic in Kenya, KXP has about 115 gigabits of traffic in Nairobi. Links in Nairobi has around 15 gigabits on this aggregate traffic. And in Mombasa, we have about 200 from Asteroid, over 660 Gbps. This is aggregate traffic across this IXS. So the question here is, how this traffic go if these members don't peer? Perhaps it will go through an expensive transit for it to get to the end user, and that will have the disadvantages that all panels are talking about during this day. And so UPS is to come to us, because we have built this facility for you to come and collocate with us so that you can go to exchange this traffic, which is exactly peering. I'd also like to emphasize on the need to expand your peerings. You join at, for example, EDC, and connect with all members that are collocated at other facilities, for example, ICOLO. And this is also maybe the innovative thinking of the local access that are connecting all their facility box in all. In town, for example, Links has connection to Links. Links Nairobi has implemented their box in ICOLO, Africa Data Centers, Pikes, as well as ex-Africa. And also, I'd like to emphasize the need to update your KLB records, because as you have heard from Nathan and I think Google, we do it for whatever reason, be it to reduce transit costs, to improve user experience or whatnot, but please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, the panel that stands between us and cocktail. We saved the best for last, and I'd like to call upon Mr. Eli Kabaji from BCS, Mr. Hilary Cheserek from KNET, Mr. Paul Muyu, my SP, and Jacqueline Mwai from Work Online Communications. Kindly join me on stage.
Good afternoon, peers. And I hope you have been enjoying your day. It has been informative, and we're looking forward to this last interaction, which I'm told is the bridge between now and the cocktail. Our panel afternoon, we are going to discuss the role of internet resilience through understanding of the submarine infrastructure. And to start with the introduction, I would like to ask, as the members are introducing them, as the panelists are introducing themselves, one of the things questions I'd like us to explore is resilience is not about preventing failure. It's about designing systems that can withstand and rapidly recover. So for that theme question, as you introduce yourself, you can also tell us how true is that statement. Does it hold any ground? Over to you, Ilan.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ida Bisharek, and I'm a connectivity services manager at Kenneth. So we do the network for the National Research Foundation. So resilience is how well can the network or the systems be able to overcome tests. Okay. So it's important that we plan the network forward. So that statement is quite true, actually. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is again from Will from MyISP. Yes, I agree with that statement that you need a network that can withstand a test of times. Just like human beings, I like using layman's language so that everybody can understand. Just like a human being, when you are faced with those challenges, it's not a matter of having a backup plan. It's about how you withstand. Withstanding pressure is again transferred in terms of networks. How best can that network be resilient in terms of when it faces challenges about traffic congestion, another form of any issue that comes within it. Yes.
From BCS, I'm the Business Development Service Manager for East Africa at BCS. To the question, I really agree. We build systems or networks that are bound to fail. But how do we recover that failure in terms of the network is off, but on other parameters, various parameters, like in terms of scaling, that maybe traffic has grown very fast than you expected. How are you able to sustain that and handle that? And more so with terms of alternative routes and alternative routing. And when you talk about internet ecosystem, it's a real ecosystem whereby it's based and determined by routing. Internet is defined by routes. How efficient are your routes? So resilience, I look at it as a mode to sustain availability, but not just a mode to overcome failure.
Punch introduction. You've highlighted very critical elements and components. Extremely compulsory in the planning stage to take care of resilience. Scalability. How scalable are you? How are you able to adapt to changes? How are you able to grow into the market? And you've also brought a key issue early on the ecosystem routing. Now, I know Ellie from BCS, we've been involved in a lot of Africa infrastructure development. And in those areas, you've covered several countries and several regions. How important is the regional IX in also managing your resilience as an ISP, and what benefits in your planning do you see that the resilience does?
One speaker here I listened to very keenly mentioned about East Africa Internet Exchange Point. We can move it to a level higher, call it like Africa Internet Exchange Point. We are simply talking about taking our local IXP to the regional front. And when we do that, we simply look at the basics of the internet. What is the internet? Simply someone will explain it or define it as interconnection. But now we look at it as saying that the internet being localized. And that's why we are having OTTs regionalizing their content on the soil of internet exchange point. It brings out resilience. For example, one time during the first term of President Donald Trump, he threatened to cut off Africa from internet. Did someone hear that? Yeah, he threatened that, and I think maybe it was not serious, but the word he said was serious. When an instance happens and that is the case, bring it home in Kenya. One time last year, I think, when we had the protests, and something happened to our internet. And the internet was the key tool of communication. But still, TikTokers could talk to themselves. Why? Because maybe because there was some exchange of traffic. Maybe because the platform they were using, if not necessarily TikTok, because it was out Kenyan market now. But the people could communicate amongst themselves because of the internet exchange points that we have in place. So look at it that way, in simple terms. So when you upgrade it to the region of loan to East Africa, and you are all interconnected, the service providers are plugged into a given IX point somewhere, then any disruption, it means you localize your traffic. Localize your traffic, improve your latencies, and improve your availability, your resilience. So I'm looking at it from that front. So you can upgrade and cascade it upwards to the region, and I think whoever talked about East Africa Internet Exchange Point, next year she will be talking about Africa Internet Exchange Point. So that we can become like China. Today, the traffic to China takes over 200 milliseconds. Why you are offering that traffic like maybe China Mobile or so? I'm sorry if you are here to mention your names. But the reality is that looking at it to a point where Africa will come to that point, and it can happen when we have strong and efficient internet exchange points in the region. I hope I've answered it, but it's a big subject that we can take long and digest about it when we have time. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. For Paul, you are an organization that has to constantly weigh the trade-off between risk and costs. So when you're looking at resiliency, what are some of the things that an ISP need to consider when you're balancing costs, risks, diversity? What are some of the areas you want to bring it out for the fellow peers to take into consideration?
Thank you, Jackie. Okay. When you are setting, from my experience in the industry, when you are setting up connectivity and you really want to achieve something that will give you some good data, in the sense that we're quite aware, using Mawingu network, etc., for internet, etc., is well in place. And well in place means you have several interconnections between the same ship. Then you also need to also look at when in case anything happens and say KXP, for example, KXP Nairobi is down, KXP Mombasa is down, that traffic of course will now be routed to the internet. Of course now I'm assuming at this point that traffic is supposed to route dynamically without anyone's intervention. Your router should be able to do in Mombasa CDN. So not just to fetch from maybe, so that If the traffic was 70% local, then that traffic has enough capacity. And that's why I would recommend when that happens, then you need to have negotiated the pay as you use on that part. So if, let's say, if we have agreed on 5 gig, probably is 10 gig, then they can have a burst for you so that your customers don't suffer. Then you can have a calculated cost on how much will be charged upon what you have used, because probably you have used for 1 hour or maybe a day, or I don't think I experienced 1 hour a day. So let's say like, in case something happens, in case. So you will be comfortable for you to be able to serve your customers in the right way without having to get a lot of customers and knowing you and calling you from everywhere. So when you agree on that cost, then everybody will be happy. Of course, now you upstream, depending on the agreement, you upstream may not charge you on a monthly basis for the bus that you have used because you haven't used it yet. So when you use it, probably it's when they will have to charge you. But that's an agreement between an I.
That flexibility where you have the power to scale, yet not accrue the cost of local learning networks that you need to deliver. At the same time, to be able to save costs and use only what they need. Do you have such a services?
We have plans for them for the consumption they get, and there are various arrangements that we can consume much more than they pay for. So it's not a question of you pay for this. They actually pay for much less than the use is. So our biggest challenge is now to make that link available all the time. In planning for that, that's where the challenge comes in, especially some nodes in the network. Sometimes you face several nodes in the network that you don't know. So maybe I could explain that if you allow me. Let's say I can give you 2 examples. We've all experienced situations where you are planning for a physical redundancy of fiber. Because for us, we use fiber from different. But the people providing you fiber, they don't tell you where the fiber passes. So you buy fiber for this person, for this one, and then later on you realize they all use the same point. They all get cut and you have a problem. And it is also similar to international links. We do peer with the exchanges in Europe where we connect data distribution network. But sometimes you think that you're giving 10 gigabits on a link. It's actually not 10 gigabits. So you plan your redundancy. So you say my 50% of traffic. When I lose the other, because our plan is anytime, any link traffic. So you know why you plan that so that when the other is cut, when your traffic just shifts to the other side and you have 100% redundancy. Then, you know, when we grew up, for example, people like Bob O'Shea here, we used to know what we call SDM. So we were given traffic in terms of an STM64. Then we change now, we're using 10 gigabits. Some of these are on MPLS networks, so it is on a best level sometimes. When you hear SDM, you know that my 10 gig is my 10 gig. 10 gig, someone else could be balancing something in the middle, the other side. So now we start using Red Sea. Then we have enough capacity to reach other research and education networks per country. And the exchanges play a key role. Thank you.
You brought up a very key issue, a single point of failure, that you may have multiple providers, but they all share a single point of failure. And you've also brought a very key other issue, the throughput, that when we're talking about the flexibility to burst, is it guaranteed? Is it best effort? Is it shared? So in all this impacts on your routing efficiency when there is an outage. And Eddie, from a BCS point of view, when you're selling to a customer, how would you position resiliency? And what does it translate to in relation to single point of failure, the throughput, as well as the routing efficiency?
Well, I think from sales, one most important thing we say, okay, I'm a sales engineer with some engineering background. So what we normally say is that position value, position the content before you come to the pricing. And I think this question brings it out very clearly in terms of resilience and what my fellow panelists just like us said, that you can sell or you can buy. Let me speak on the side of the buyer. You can buy from a service provider a service that is protected, but we'll use it for the first 3 months is okay. One time something happens, then that's the time you realize that you are not really protected. So when we are talking about resilience, and in simple terms, and the market understanding is protection, that when are you protecting, how are you protecting your service really matters, in the sense that to the last mile, that is from the data center probably to the end users at the home. Today is the internet to the home that is carrying the day more than fiber to the office. So from your data center or service provider to your home, what is the routing or rather the routes or the fiber that you have? That's one point. To the second, from where you are to the submarine cable, that is looking now into the international space. Or is it protected? Some people will want and say, will come to the point that you are buying from a wholesaler and you want to buy delivery on 2 cables, cable 1 and cable 2. The service provider wants to run the protection or the auto failover on themselves. That way they have control in their hands. They can decide to switch off one and see what happens. Did you tell them the truth? So I think we have moved to the point whereby really price is always like a common standard, but beyond the price is that how resilient is your service. And since we are talking about that resilience, it translates now beyond the terrestrial to the submarine. And to the submarine, again, we are looking at what are your breakout points. Are you breaking out maybe only in South Africa? Are you breaking out in London? Are you breaking out in Marseille? Or you are just here at Fujairah only? Or you have all these 4 or 5 breakout points for your international? What do we say by that? For example, Kenya, we have got a good problem on our roads. Hours of traffic. So you find that the road like Thika Road was built and designed very well. Everybody migrated. You can say that, okay, what happens to this road? Another time you come, no much traffic. Same thing happens to the internet. Something can happen just so they load the traffic, and you find that the route that was working efficient, that time is not working efficient. So if I'm selling, I go to look and find out what are the external or international breakout points that this service provider is doing it. Come local. On the internet exchange points, I saw Tesco mention here that KXP is present in all the data centers today. And they are being connected, one to the other. That interconnection and that presence alone, why would you just say that it is at ABC and not at Pikes and not at ICORO? That is replication, just to ensure that anything happening on one, you are still switched and able to be served from the other. So those are the key things that we are looking at when we are positioning resilient service. And not only just physically, but again logically, just to ensure that anything happens, the traffic routes itself, and gets to the point where you are still served seamlessly without failing at the user experience point.
One very critical area in terms of customer expectation, which would be ideal for your ISPs or to meet your customer need. What are the 1 or 2 things you'd like to see in?
You do not want really downtime. Even if it's not 99%, it's 100%. There are those who want better internet. The category of the customers, you could maybe move from the financial sector, wherever now there are banks and these are such kind of corporate customers, to the end user. The end user wants just working internet. The other user on the corporate side wants more than just internet. The things that are, within supporting the entire of the systems. Then there's in between of people who will probably understand about if you have a downtime and things like that. Let me say from the corporate ones, because now that's the critical part, where in case there's any downtime, they could be penalized from either the central bank, or I don't know, but my friend here could penalize some TV stations in case they go down for some hours. I don't know whether that's still the case. Exactly. So the connectivity is very key. And what we usually do when we are offering customers something like redundancy on their link, we make sure that we give them two options. But one option might be exiting from ADC as the POP. The other one could be exiting at Mombasa POP. So in the case, so they have to separate for the two services. So if one goes down, we assume that between the customer and probably the ADC POP, if it's the main link, if it goes down, then the router will automatically route them to Mombasa. So we have more of an MPLS with them, so that now it can route the traffic automatically to the other option. Some customers would rather do it themselves and get it from my ISP and ISP. And now the challenge is, if what you mentioned, if the two of us could be using the same point of failure, maybe we are uploaded to our primary is ABC, and between us and Nairobi CBD and ABC, there's a fiber cut. So what happens? The customer, that means the customer is totally down. So there's need for us to be able to know the categories of these customers and know what kind of service that we are going to give the customers. Then we have to be there with them to grow with them, rather than having the customer 2 months down the line they are switching ISP. It's not that cheap, because if you're running some automation, changing things, it's not easy. Yeah.
Absolutely, I agree. Deal with their own redundancy, just to be sure that they have two duplicate services. Operator for educational networks and research services. For those who are not able to, but they are critical, they need to be up at all time.
As for that case. However, we do have some clients who opt to autonomous system number. And so we assist them to meet all managers' requirements. We register their IPs for them. So that's basically how we do it. So we help them, we configure their systems, and we assist them. We add for automatic changeover, so they will not even notice operation cancel, for example. But then in places where you only have one link, one way out, and you can't come out, you have to get another one just in case there's backup. And it does come handy in many cases. Yeah.
Very much. Our next question is our parting shot. How do you see resilience? And how can IXP, that's my parting question to give me the end.
And part of this forum is where we sharpen each other, bring together ideas, and live with the ideas to go and brainstorm on. So as we speak about resilience and we look at our ecosystem, which is the internet that has brought us here today, I'm looking at it in the future whereby we shall have very efficient IXPs in all the regions. Regionalized ISPs right in the country, and then those IXPs connected to other IXPs in the neighboring country to improve the free flow of information, and that way we shall build a very strong economy. Sometimes back we used to say there are 3 basic needs: food, clothing, shelter. Today there was a fourth one in the current era we live in, which is ICT or maybe communications. So if it becomes efficient, or rather if it becomes a basic need, we need to make it available at all times. So as we are talking about resilience, we just need to go and look at our network and see how sustainable are we, how available are we, and how quick are we to recover whenever there is any outage at whatever cost. And again, lastly, I want to say that looking at the same setup, looking at the internet ecosystem, I always want and repeat saying this to the audience I have, that look at internet with 5 pillars. Not only communication, that was the original cause, that I go to the internet to communicate to Jackie, to Paul, Jethro, or another person. But beyond communication, we are looking at it as a source of entertainment. Today in our homes, we don't have cable TVs, or we don't have air TVs, but it's on the cable, on the fiber. So entertainment in terms of what are the content that are there. I saw a team from Meta here. Is one area that you go and get entertained. Google, you go there, you get entertainment, and all other social media. So beyond entertainment comes in also the e-commerce, where you are doing your businesses on the internet. And all the businesses are running on the internet. And you come in and look at also e-learning, where my friend here comes in strongly, university without walls. So am I able to run my exams on an internet service that doesn't break to the university that is seated in London? If it breaks, then I'll fail the internet. How will I look at the internet service provider? Then comes in security, which is another key ingredient for our resilience, because even in our networks, we've talked about physical resilience. There is the cyber resilience. That's what are we putting in onto your network? There are DDoS attacks, competition, someone will come in and compete with you and block your traffic so that they can excel. And then lastly, there is the AI. So as internet prices goes to zero, we are coming up with internet that will be free, running all these services that we've mentioned, the 5 pillars, so that you can be at the face of your customers at all.
Thank you again.
Okay, I will start from about AI, and I would like us to really see AI from a different angle. Not just ChatGPT, whichever Gemini, whatever else AI is available for us to use. Let's look at AI probably in the next 5-10 years. What AI will be doing for us. And that takes me to the adoption of IPv6, which will be a key changer and has been driving most of these things. If we have ISPs here that have not really enrolled for IPv6, we may not have a reason what we are waiting for. If we have not deployed the same IPv6, I may not know why. Because that's an avoidable journey that we all have to take. Everything is going to IPv6, because IPv4, that one, I think only in Africa where we still have fight over IPv4s. Otherwise, the rest of the continents have already shifted to IPv6. So we need to really go to IPv6. Let's test them. Let's give our customers the IPv6 to use. Let them enjoy using IPv6. Let's set our systems, whether we are using DuoStack or we are using Slack. Let's give our customers the opportunity to use IPv6 and test them and be ready for the future. The last part would be how, just to give you a tip of the network setup. I know some customers like using, not the end users, I hope no ISP does that, but most of the end users like using the public state, and whenever there's an issue, for example, they are trying to access meta traffic. Reason is they are using a Google DNS, which probably resides or maybe in Europe. So the resolver has taken them to Europe or in the US, so they have a latency of around 200 milliseconds, in which another customer is doing traffic with 10 milliseconds or less because of the CDNs. That you have within your network at least 2 resolvers that can give your customers faster access to the networks that you are connected to. Because you are connected to these CDNs, you are connected to the local exchange points, that means it will connect you to the faster network that is available within your region. That way, you will always observe your traffic that you are probably sending to upstream coming local. And you will see the magic of probably your costs also coming down that you are spending on your upstream. And of course now, Meta will be there to grow with KXP, to establish more CDNs within the country, and the region within East Africa will also be able now to grow from that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So my parting shot is that I really wish that the internet or the digital inclusion agenda was made what do you call it, a key factor, the primary human rights value, so that we could build, because as we continue transforming digitally, digital inclusion must be. So I would have wished that we included it earlier, so that we even included it in our systems and so that we're able to protect the internet infrastructure for development. I'm still wondering, for example, we should also include the internet infrastructure the same way. And just like whenever we get stuck on the way between Nakuru and Nairobi, a police officer comes and blocks it, you should also someone to help us and block us digitally and move going forward. So thank you so much for that. God bless you.
Thank you so much, our panelists and to our peers. Thank you for accepting to listen to us. I hope we've given you 1 or 2 areas that you are going to think about and also extend this discussion in your own organization. And to the IXPs, we are looking forward to the critical areas that you are going to play in enhancing and taking that strategic enabling role in not just peer, but also in resilience as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for leading such a very insightful panel, and thank you to our panelists. I'd like to call upon Mr. Justin from Meta to come and give you a gift of appreciation. Photo. Thank you very much. I'd like to call Mr. George Munai from Vertiv for 2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here not to take much of your time. I know most of you we had promised that someone will go home with something from VATIF. And initially, we wanted to maybe give you a brief, but because of time, we will not be able to give you some of the presentations that we had. But just to tell you, VATIF is an OEM, is a manufacturer for data center infrastructure solutions. Complete solution for data center, that is passive infrastructure, whether you're talking of racks, PDUs, your power solutions, your thermal cooling solutions, that is where we are. And the UPS today, one of our legacy products, that is the UPS. But today we'll be giving out a UPS, also to give you, someone also will go home with a surge protector. So I want to invite my colleagues to come over. Where is Jambi?
I'm right here.
Yes, Jambi, I think it's your time. So my name is George Munai. I take care of the business for VATIF for Eastern Africa. Nairobi office is taking care of 15 countries within East Africa. But VATIF is an American company. Our head office is in Ohio, in the United States. But our regional head office is in Johannesburg. So if your name is not here, definitely you did pass our desk. So we will be very sorry. But that is how the game will be. No, you did not register. That's fine. Okay.
Hello everyone. Hiya, tuchangamke kidogo. I'm giving you 2 seconds to pray to your gods. I have two surge protectors and 1 UPS. Now, this is for you, not for your company, not for your manager. If you win, you go home with it immediately, okay? To be fair, 1 winner per company, right? So your enemy is your colleague. If you search all of you, the whole department, you need to talk to each other. Because it's a Friday, how did you all leave the office together? All right? Number 2, if your name is called out and you're not here, you're disqualified. Isn't that fair? You just have to be here. So, now that's a ghost. We don't deal with ghosts. Sir, for the first surge protector, have you seen that wheel? Guys, pray. There we are. Anyone from Mawingu Networks? Disqualified. Waving your hands in the air, you're all disqualified thanks to him. You don't share that surge protector. Alright, the second surge protector, let's go. Let's go, Spirit. And the winner is John Lama from PhD. I'm sorry, the also disqualified. Okay, on the last one, we have this UPS. It's very heavy. George, I'd ask you to come pick it up because I'm not going to carry that and I'm on nails. Thank you so much. We have had really interactive sessions outside in our booth. For everyone who got to experience our virtual reality to walk through our VATIF data centers, the ones who got to see the smart island solution that were displayed, it was a small model of our data centers. Really appreciated all our conversations. To go home with and not to keep their manager at home, the winner is...
Hiyo ni sabotage. I request that we stand up a little. It's been a long day, a long week. Just reach out to someone next to you, tell them well done, Asante for staying this long. And I'd like to start by thanking all our sponsors, and I'd like to mention all of you by name. And if there's a representative, our data center partners, Bikes, Masponyo, Timburu, I'll translate. Bikes are also not here, clearly. I call on tafadhali kujeni kwa jukwaa, one representative. Wyok, IX Africa, Links, Work Online, Sponyo Wakok Team, tafadhali. Don't worry, we're not going to ask whether you need your tax returns, we just want to have a photo. Yeah. I'd like to invite our CEO, Dr. Fiona Songa, please join us on stage. Alafu, watu wa picha watufanye. So, a very big thank you, Makofi, for our sponsors. Thank you so much for making this happen. Many more with you. One by one, eh?
Thank you so much for always supporting us. Another one. Thank you so much for always supporting us. One to another one.
One more photo with the gift bags. So much, you may have your seats. I'd also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to our exhibitors. Thank you to Vativ and for the lovely presentation a few moments ago. I want to thank a very special group of people without whom this event would not have happened. The Tesco staff, those who are here, just wave asanteni sana for all the work that has gone on to make this a successful event. Did we enjoy ourselves? Thank you. And last but not least, a very big thank you for all the participants for making time, for coming, both local and international. I know there are a few people who are catching their flights later tonight or during the weekend. Thank you so much for joining us and for staying the day. And we look forward to hosting you again next year. Asanteni sana, and a big clap to yourselves.
And with that, I'd like to just say we've come to the end of a very interesting discussion. For me, 3 things stand out from all the conversation. One, redundancy. We have to all work on our redundancy. If I'm giving you a free pot for redundancy, take it. 2, resilience. We have to make sure that we have resilient infrastructure, making sure that we have different routes that we can use. So let us figure out how we're going to be able to build that in an ecosystem and to enable us to. 3, collaboration. Collaboration. Amongst ourselves, with other stakeholders, with other regulatory agencies, the KENHAs, the KURAs, with the county governments, with the national government, with everybody. Collaboration. That is the one way in which we will build an ecosystem in Kenya that will make sense, and then we can be able to have the strength and the ability to spread it across the region. And those, for me, are my closing remarks and my take home. So, nasema asante. Now I now call the meeting officially closed with one announcement I'm being asked. Yes, there was this, I thought Alan had talked about it as part of the closing. So as we close, before you go home kindly, do the survey for us. Please pull out your phones. Everybody pull out your phone. And take a picture of that QR code or scan the QR code. It doesn't take long. Open the site and please answer the questions. Really appreciate your feedback, because the feedback you give us is what helps us feed into the agenda of the next meeting we shall have. And once you have filled the form, then it will be your ticket to enter the cocktail. We are having the cocktail at Art Cafe, Brigham Towers, which is it's actually a walking distance, it's not far. Our offices are at Brigham Towers, we're doing the proposal at Brigham Towers, and so we welcome you there. We are done. And you are free to now move to the cocktail. Leave this on forward, so that people can And thank you, Salma, for being an amazing MC. This is the first time you're doing it, you've done an amazing
Icolo, a digital realty company and Kenya's first carrier-neutral data center, is expanding the Nairobi campus with our newest data center, Nairobi 2. Conveniently located next to the existing Nairobi 1 and teleport facility. Bringing it up to campus IT load of 13.9 megawatts and site power of 23 megawatts, spanning over 34,000 square meters. NBO2 and NBO3 boast 12 new data halls with 3,000 racks. Dedicated power feed from the substation is supported by generators to ensure 2N redundant power supply. The new facilities will have state-of-the-art connectivity with 4 independent fiber routes following the specifications of our hyperscale customers. Precision cooling with concurrently maintainable cracks in N+2 configuration. Water mist fire suppression system will be installed in the entire facility to reduce our environmental footprint. Detailed security measures like perimeter surveillance, manned reception, and 24/7 on-site security with secure storage and modern co-working space available. Following Icolo's commitment to sustainability, NBO2 will be certified LEED. NBO2 will be ready for service in Q3 2025 and is a testament to Icolo's world-class engineering in Kenya and the African region.